Hello. Oh, God. Hello? Am I speaking into the void? Hello, boy. Welcome. I'm gonna be honest with all of you. I thought this stream was at 2. I thought this was at 2 in the afternoon. So when I was up last night, I was like, ooh yeah, it's gonna be at 2 in the afternoon. Stream sure is gonna be at 2. Narrator. The stream was not at 2. So we're awake. We're here. And we're gonna find out what's going on in this level. Okay, you could always move it back. I mean, I felt particularly bad because I remember Poi telling me they literally moved stuff, and I was like, oh boy. That probably means if I moved it, there might be problems. Alrighty, so real quick, I need to do one more thing, which is let's get right into the news. Sorry, I'm gonna need a moment to wake up. I was up at like 4 playing Deer Days ranked, which by the way, I am now top 25 in Deer Days. I won a few games, got to like top whatever, and then lost a few games and then was no longer top 25. So, you know. It's one of those things where I feel like I'm gonna keep grinding to be somewhere in like the mid end of the ladder just so that I don't randomly lose my spot by getting kicked out by the person at the bottom of the ladder. But I don't think I'm gonna be contesting the spot 1, 2, or 3 because those people are crazy. Then just give Poi a thigh pick. That'll do it. I don't know about that. Don't know about that one, friends. Okay, what was the thing that I was doing? I need a window capture. I need a window capture of... Okay, I need a new one. I could use battle maps, I guess. I think this works still. Okay. We're gonna need this. I also don't really know how I feel about taking screenshots, because I think normally for any kind of markup and stuff, I would take a screenshot, but problem with that is that whenever you take a screenshot like a print screen on yeah, welcome Eric's, welcome Chris. I will read what you're saying in a moment, but forgive me as I need some time to wake up. I think we can do it like this. Okay, so normally I would take a screenshot, but pasting a print screen involves stuff. So I don't know if I'm gonna like make documents for this later or something. I'm sure if I do this more often, then I'll like figure it out, but Lara, I love Vanguard, but I don't love it that much. I think that it is disingenuous to evaluate that my desire to be top 25 in Vanguard is because I feel some kind of passion towards it. I mentioned this to one of my friends, but the what's it called? Vanguard has definitely been that, like, has been that game where I could never really prove myself in it, because every time I went to regionals, I would just get absolutely destroyed. Whereas, like, in basically every other card game, welcome Solar, like, Magic, what's my list now? Magic, Hearthstone, Shadowverse, Yu-Gi-Oh! I only got to, like, Plat in Legends of Runeterra. I'm losing track of these. There's, like, one more, I think. It's Magic, Hearthstone. Now I'm losing it. Shadowverse. There's another thing that I definitely spent, like, way too much time on. Yu-Gi-Oh! Vanguard, I suppose. Here, let me check. Is there something I'm missing? Shadowverse. That might be it. I may have missed one. But the point is, I've gotten, like, top rank in all of those games in some format. I do not play the Pokemon TCG. And, like, that's not the list of games that I play. That's the list of, like, online ranked ladders that I have made to top rank. So that is now 5 online card games where I have been like, alright, listen, you punks. You have no idea who you're messing with. You literally have no idea. That's the equivalent of, like, playing League, getting to Challenger, and just being like, yeah, I'm gonna go play Dota now and then get to Challenger in that game too. Yeah, Legends of Runeterra, I couldn't really figure out. I don't know why. I just, like, couldn't really see a consistent way to win that game. And then, what was the other one? Magic Draft. There was a format that I, like, couldn't really figure out. I didn't get it. Okay. Sorry, there would be complications. Stuff was moved in terms of days. Also, even if it wasn't, I don't know if structuring around a specific viewer is a good idea. Yeah, but the thing is, boy, you were the person who suggested this level. And I don't know how I'm gonna structure this, or how I want to do this, or what. And wait, why isn't this? Why aren't I drawing things? Wait, what is happening? Wait, I'm supposed to be drawing things. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Poi suggested this level because a little while ago I was like, hey, for no particular reason, can people give me, like, recommendations for levels that they think are really cool? For no particular reason. Hold on a moment. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to be doing today is that we're going to be looking at Sinner's Bro, and we're going to see what we can figure out, I suppose. In a funny way, I feel like I was a little bit more prepared for the Ashtray Maze version of this, in a sense that, like, I sort of understood what I wanted to be talking about, but I feel like for this level, I actually don't really know what I wanted to be talking about. Because I know Poi mentioned it, and then when I played through it the first time, I remember feeling a little frustrated. I think because of just because of the upside down section. That is not my thing. However, we're not going to be judging this based on the subjective decisions about what mechanics they thought are cool. So, we're going to try looking at something a little bit more deep than that. So, let's let's just play through the level and see what we see. God. Okay, that's great. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to this one. Oops, damn it. The controls are different. Okay. Can see the upside down bit being divisive, but you still like it a lot. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Is that, like, it's not really a matter... Like, choosing to make an upside down section doesn't actually make the level good or bad, because that's, like, a subjective opinion. Like, that is not a qualifier for whether or not the level is good. Or at least as far as, like, LD is concerned. Maybe, like, introducing the mechanic, or, like, how well it was introduced is probably, like, a matter of stuff. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much I maybe wanted to have, like... Yo, this game feels kind of loud. Oh, that's why, because I have my system volume turned up to, like, 16. Okay, yeah, so I think there were a couple things that I wanted to look at. So maybe we'll make a small short list here. So, let's see. What text should I make this? I think white, maybe? Oh, wait. Maybe I wanted red, and then I'll make this one white. Yeah, but otherwise, how's everyone doing today? I'm just curious. Why does that look so weird? Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright. So, short list of things that I was kind of curious about. Because basically, if you want to think of the lens that... Like, if we want to be on the same page here. Basically, think about it this way. Like, let's assume for a second that, like, we want to make something cool, right? So, like, an artist, if they're like, you know what, I want to find a reference for, like, an art style or something, you kind of go, like, you're not necessarily going to seek out art that's bad to be like, yeah, look at all the things that they did wrong, you know? There's still some value in doing that, but it's not like, you know, it's, we're going to assume that there's something there and we're going to look for it, right? That's the lens we're using, is what I'm saying, right? We're not here to be like, this level is terrible, let's find all the things that are bad about it. If we do find something that's bad about it, then, like, we'll mention it and see if there's a takeaway, right? But it's not for the purpose of me, like, stroking my ego and being like, these are the things I don't like. Please justify me. Right? Like, that's not the... Easier to make something good by taking good ideas than avoiding bad ones. Exactly. That is correct. And the thing about Gunvolt levels is I actually think they're usually, like, quite good. Like, that's just my vibe from playing them, so, like, we'll figure it out. Okay. Now, so something I've sort of, like, recognized with the Gunvolt games is that, like, dialogue is really distracting. So my question was sort of like, is there a logic for where they put dialogue triggers? I think there was also... So the other thing that I kind of wanted to look for was, like, introduction of enemies. Just in general. Like, what are they kind of doing with that? I know this level has... Yeah, so, like, generally introduction of enemies. Introduction of mechanics. I'm trying to think of if there's... Is there, like, any other things we kind of need to, like, look at for this? Because this is kind of what I was interested in looking at. So it's like, how well do they introduce enemies, and how well do they introduce, like, the mechanics? There's also, like, pacing things. but that sort of like goes with introduction of enemies and mechanics. And yeah, I was definitely pretty curious about like how they do dialogue and stuff. Doing a friend lock. Okay, well, best of luck with that. I think the one I watched was okay. Okay, especially when you can't understand Japanese and therefore can't easily see the hints that the dialogue may give. Yeah. So I was wondering if... yeah, so I think even with, like, the dialogue stuff, right, you could say, like, okay, like, this is made by a Japanese company. So, like, we can assume for a second that, like, assuming it hits the target audience, i.e. people who understand Japanese. Right? That's not like the only target audience. I understand that. But perhaps this part of the feature was designed for people who can understand Japanese. Assuming it hits the, not target audience, but like people this feature was designed for. So I was definitely wondering about timing stuff with that. So we'll see what we find. Okay, so we got a narrative blurb. Rants, a lot of subjectivity goes to if something is good or bad, but yeah, can't really label fault. That is incorrect, Rants. Because today we are delving away, or to the best possible, we are attempting to delve away from the subjectiveness of whether something is good or bad. Because we're using principles of whether things are good or bad. So no, I am not being subjective today. Okay. Or at least I'll make it clear. Okay. So your target is Zonda? Yeah, so the context of this mission as well, for anyone who's like watching and then doesn't fully understand, is we basically did the first 4. I think this happens after the first 4 bosses, and then they give you this mid-stage where they're like, hey, Zonda exists. You probably need to go handle that, otherwise it's like a problem. So, yeah, when we engage the squad, Zonda fled to the rooftops. So you do specify where we are. Take extra caution. Okay. So we need to find Zonda, basically. I had a couple of other ideas for how I wanted to do this, but yeah. So there's our first guy. Now, mind you, this is like a mid-difficulty stage, so I think it's fair to assume that like we're not going to get tripped up by like a regular shooter guy. We've seen this enemy before. This is pretty high up. Okay, if you fall from that height, even you won't be able to handle it. Make sure you don't take a tumble. I definitely don't have a death wish. So that is the game clarifying that these are bottomless pits. Like, we are going to die if we jump into them. Interestingly, so when we walked into this, right, this is pretty important. Basically, like, this is, right, so this is pretty cool. Or, I suppose, again, we're, like, doing things that we notice, right? And I was wondering if this happened at all. Basically, if we look at the camera, right, or, like, the screen length, we're at the start of the mission. And, like, I can't see the platform no matter how close I get to this guy, right? So even if I, like, go right here, I can't see the next part of the stage. So I think it's fair to say that, like, the focus of what they're trying to, like, show, right, is this thing here. right? You can see it like here. I suppose that's like half a screen length away. Full screen length. And also I suppose something I noticed in the background is that, like, you see this fence? So, like, there is something to be said about, like, you know, maybe the leading of what's in the background. So I wonder how many times they use pointers for that. Right? So we have, like, this fence. It goes down. Right? So basically what I was thinking with this... Hopefully this guy doesn't shoot me, because that'd be awkward. I guess we have pervasion, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Okay. So we kind of have, like, this thing. Right? It sort of, like, points this way. So if I was looking at the background, or if I, like, wasn't really paying attention, I would kind of read it like this. Right? Which gives you the first enemy. Interestingly, I don't think... How do I say this? First enemy popping up, you know, I don't think the most important to focus on. Like, it's not... can't just stand around all day. Absolutely can. Right, but I thought that this maybe was kind of interesting. Because if... So let's say it this way. So what if we... You know, what if we just did this? Cool. Oh, let's move. We need it to not move. Okay, there we go. Maybe I should have made it, like, bigger. I don't know. So I think if all of this was colored in, like, with the cross-hatching, it would be harder to see the enemy, basically, is what I'm saying. Not hugely of note. Okay. So we know that our first enemy is a shooter guy. He's right in front of us. Generally, this is how you deal with enemies. So we don't get to see this platform until we've gotten rid of the first guy, which I think is pretty interesting. And then they give us this. So this is actually kind of neat. So they give us another enemy, but if you really think about it, like, they assume if you've jumped onto the platform, I would guess that the idea is like, okay, we're trying to figure out how the platform works. We're hoping the platform is good. And then you're like, oh, okay, the next guy, like, there is another enemy. Again, it's like an enemy we've kind of dealt with before. But, like, you can probably see here that, like, its ability to hit you while you're on this thing is, like, pretty not realistic. Right? Like, I suppose it's actually lining up with shots now, but, like, I think I noticed the few times that it's like, this feels more like an introduction to this enemy. Like, it's not a huge issue. Oh, I should probably switch bullets to the regular bullets. So yeah. So we did one iteration of needing to jump on a moving platform. We got rid of an enemy, and now we did another jump to a moving platform, and this is our third introduction to an enemy. That can actually hit you, interestingly. But also they're static. Another thing to note is that, like, in these kinds of situations, like, I might think about something like, how many solutions are there to this kind of problem? Right? So, like, well, hopefully Pervasion just kind of saves me, and I don't have to worry about this. But look, so, realistically, we had to deal with the cannon, right? Because we're not sure where else we can land, like, we have to get rid of it. But in this scenario, like, we can actually just jump over this guy. Right? Like, we could dash jump just over them. And we are not required to deal with this person. Which is more of an affordance of the actual, like, the platform itself. So realistically, there are a couple of ways of dealing with this. So we can do this. This is totally fair. But then we kind of get ambushed. Which is kind of rough, I suppose. So maybe they wanted us to deal with the rocket guy, or we kind of like end up like this. So talking again about, man, I guess maybe I should include like, I should have like super pervasion on or something, or I'm hoping like Gunvolt is beefy enough that we don't have to worry about stuff. So, enclosure, right? People often don't think about this. So this entire encounter is like in this fence, right? So at the very start, oh, we might actually die. Hold on a second. So the enclosure for at the very start changed because like they changed the background to show like, hey, you should be looking at this enemy here. But interestingly for this one, I actually think what they did, yeah, let's get rid of that guy because it makes it easier, right? Is that like this is marking going into a new section, right? So what we also could have done was we could have like gone rid of that guy, then we jump here, and then we're sort of like, we're like in a new spot because they changed the background. And all of that spot is like there's big robot guy. Oh, that guy responded. Big robot guy and this guy is like one encounter, effectively. But since we don't want to get like the background too monotonous, we can change it. So I would assume that something new might be happening here, maybe? Question mark? Okay, yeah, we've been given this enemy before. Interestingly, it can't hit us, which is kind of funny. Oh, interesting. Okay, so was a part of the town after midnight, but with lights, it was hard to tell. Yeah, so this guy can't hit us, and we're getting a dialogue trigger, right? So I want to read the thing. This guy also can't hit us. Huh. I kind of wonder if I went through that a little bit faster. But, like, basically, if you think about it, this enemy and this enemy couldn't actually hit us unless we, like, jumped into their threat. Like, we would have needed to, like, jump into them to actually get hit by them. So this dialogue triggered here. We had, like, our small fight here. We had dialogue triggered here. And then this enemy doesn't actually threaten us. The one that was here. When we got dialogue in front of our face. So the only way we would have been punished is if we, like, stopped, right? They're both there just to make the player slow down. Yeah, I suppose so. That could be a way of doing it. My observation more was, yeah, so I guess as well, because, like, you could do that, but it feels kind of risky. Like, it doesn't feel explicitly intentional to jump over this cannon, right? I mean, you know, you can, but it doesn't really feel like you can, right? Because it's standing here, and it's like, what is your metric for jumping over that thing? Unless you're a gamer, which it might feel more normal. Also, notably, change of the background when an enemy kind of popped up, which this is just kind of subtle background visual language stuff, right? So that's pretty cool. I like that there were the two enemies that don't actually hit you while they give you like your first set of dialogue. Also, just curious, if I do this, nothing happens. When they give you an enemy here and you do this, isn't something supposed to happen there? Maybe it's only if you tag somebody, because I know that these signs flickered, right? Which is kind of a cool effect. Also, when they're giving you the breakdown of like, oh, Sinner's Row used to be like this thing, right? We kind of get this introduction to these sorts of platforms, right? Like kind of the stylistic, like these things. We're getting told about the lore stuff, or kind of background information when we're given this sort of like different platform, right? Oops. Like these like signpost platforms. Seems pretty keen. Oops. It kind of sucks. Whenever I press Alt, it pauses the game, even if I'm tabbed out of the game. Also, real quick. They give you a fairly large amount of space for this jump as well. This one as well. I think it's the same metric. It's not like that much higher. So we've dealt with this guy before. I think how we dealt with this guy was they were... So the first time we had advantage over them, then we were kind of on the same ground. Let me think. Okay, so if we go all the way back here, right, and we think about the enemies that have been like introduced so far. So there was like the regular shooter guy, and then here we got introduced to the cannon sort of with advantage, right? Because like we're on a platform where it's hard for that enemy to hit us. Same here. Like the rocket guy could certainly hit you, but like I would say that we're sort of... Right? Like, we are less at threat than they are, because they're below us, I suppose. Maybe it's just supposed to be, like, you know, that's... The person is guarding this, and it's, like, not that big of a deal. But also... Oh, I wish I could check this. Maybe we can... Here, let's retry. I want to see if the big robot guy can hit us from that one platform. Because so far they've introduced stuff where we're not particularly at threat. And that guy takes a long time to wind out. Okay, so this... Okay, there's a cannon. It gives us a chance. Okay, it gives us one shot, but after that, it's probably gonna hit us. So this, do we get a chance? No. So I guess this guy does actually just hit us. So here, I was curious, we can see the guy, and we're actually at threat immediately. Okay, we do not have an advantage position over this guy, but we can jump over them, which maybe would set up this double for us. That was actually another thing that I was thinking about was like how... So the first level in Gunvolt 2 does a pretty good job of like pretty clearly setting up doubles for you. Right? So I kind of wonder if maybe like your first instinct when you see this bot guy and like they shoot at you, like we had to jump. But maybe people would think to jump over them because this is an intermediate stage, so like, you know, there's kind of the two thoughts of like maybe they just go down and like zap it, or they jump over it, see that there's the guy behind them, and then like try to double this, right? So again, we have the dialogue box. This guy can't actually hit us after we've been given the dialogue box. Yeah. So that's really cool. You can see when we tagged this guy and started zapping them, this thing flickered. Right? So this is kind of like your lore dump, you know what I mean? If you didn't see it before, you might see it there. I would say that this is like Rocket Guy, slightly higher difficulty because we need to climb up to them. Background is different here. Would we reasonably come to the conclusion that we could jump up here and then... like jump over them? Like not really. This double isn't really set up for us, and this double isn't really set up for us either. Neither is it at the bottom, so I think none of these are a pretty like intuitive double kill. Yeah, let's add that to the list. Intuitiveness of double kills. within screen lengths, I think. Things that might prompt to go to the same screen. So that's with like the robot guy that I was like, oh, you might jump over the bot guy, right? Like you might dash jump over the big bot and then like see both of them. So you would see the guy on the left and you'd see the guy on your right, and that might prompt you for a double kill. The difficulty in this stage is less the enemies and more dealing with the platforming. Even the enemies feel more like platforms that shoot at you since they're mostly stationary. So I'm going to disagree with this. The definition of a platform is something that we stand on. An enemy is not a platform, for the sake of having solid definitions. I am not going to argue semantics with you. Those are the definitions. Okay, so interesting. So when we come here, we're now above the thing. We hear the sound effect. It's pretty low in the bottom right corner. I think you would hear the sound effect, though. How soon can we hear the sound effect? Okay, that's actually really cool. So, I think the active call for this turret, right? You guys can hear that, right? Do you listen to it? Like, when does the turret actually activate? Right? It's kind of active already here, and it shot, right? So what's interesting is that it doesn't actually shoot unless it's on the screen. I think that's just kind of how the game is set up. But, yeah. Like, you can kind of hear it here. And then this is the... How many have we fought? The one on the moving platform, the one that can't actually hit us. I think this is our first immediately threatening turret. I know the big robot was immediately threatening. But yeah, like, how many ways can we actually deal with this? So it'd be interesting to figure this out. So when we're here, right? We can't shoot it here. We can't shoot it here. So I feel like you'd want to do this, right? So this is what I was saying before, where like this actually prompts you for a double kill, right? Like, do people kind of see that? There is no reasonable way for you to deal with this turret here. You just wouldn't do that, right? So this platform is like, okay, you hear it, you see it shoot at you, you react, and now you're set up for a double kill, right? So this was like a planned thing for you to do, right? Like, look at the dash jump metric. You land exactly in the middle of this platform, right? So certainly you'd have to react, right? But like, the game gives you an opportunity from here, right? Just jump into the hole and shoot while wall jumping like any reasonable person. Yeah, you know what? You can't actually do that in this game because there's no wall sliding. This actually isn't a valid solution. You could do that, or you could do this. You could do this, the best Gunvolt solution. I'm curious, where does this jump take us? Here, I'm gonna send right. That might actually get us killed. Meant the platforming, the focus, not so much the enemies that feel more like turrets. Kind of like in Portal, stationary enemies feel more like obstacles and foes. Yeah, so this is all semantics. I'm saying that, like, that doesn't matter. We need to evaluate on the different things that are in the level. It doesn't actually matter if we think they're platforms, they're enemies, or whatever. But the most solid definition for splitting these things into, like, things we can actually observe and, like, you know, think about is that enemies are enemies and platforms are platforms. They are both integral to the gameplay of Gunvolt. Right? We can't, you know, we can't actually tell, I suppose, what their goals for this level are, right? But that's why we're not making assumptions. I've not said that, like, enemies are platforms, or platforms are the focus, or platforms are the true enemies, or whatever. I'm just saying what I see and what I think, like, why I think those things are that way. Right? I'm not assuming anything, okay? I mean, I assume things after I observe it, but, like, not before I observe it. Second turret takes a bit to aim, so it's not immediately threatening. Oh, man, I want to check that. Okay, we're gonna restart again. That's a really good point. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious what the timing is here. So, Poi's kind of like... It's possible that they give you a lot of time to... They give you time to deal with the turrets after you jump into them. Okay. And we're gonna wait a second for the text to leave. I guess we could turn it off as well. I'll turn it off. I just don't want to forget to turn it back on and then miss the thing. Okay, so this happens, we jump, because we know it's... Yeah, that one also has to spin. Okay, so, like, let's assume that we dodge this shot because we know to jump over it. Then we have to deal with that. This takes a while to turn back around. They both shoot at the same time. So we also could have skipped this and gone here. And then, where are we? There's a new enemy introduction. Okay, well, like, I'm not really sure if it, like, gives you a whole lot of time. Right? You know, it gives you the same amount of time that any other turret would give you, right? Because it has to turn. Like, that makes sense. I find it interesting that if the prompt for you to jump over this one is that the turret is turning to shoot at you here, when you jump over it, it takes a while to turn back at you. So this turret does take, like, approximately 2 cycles. This one is, like, it starts, and then it turns on, so... Yes, Rance, but you're assuming that's the conclusion when we haven't even played through the stage yet. So it's like, if we come to a conclusion before we, like, observe the stage, like, that's a sweeping generalized conclusion, is to assume that the intent of this stage is like platforming. Right? Like, I'm not coming to that conclusion yet. Insufficient evidence. Okay, so I'm not sure that thing hits us when we enter the screen. So I'm gonna point it out every time, but, like, visual language, background changes here, right? And we're dropping into an arena. So we already saw this over here. Same kind of thing here. We're at a threshold and we have to step into the threshold. We actually saw this a decent amount in the control level, now that I think about it. Remember? I think we talked about this. But the point is, you are above somewhere and you're dropping into somewhere, which makes you feel like you're actually going into an arena of sorts. That's pretty standard. This is more open-ended. But here, it's not. This is like, okay, we're dropping into something. I see that. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that. Can I jump on it? So I think we can, So I think here... we might experiment and jump on this, or like we can see that we can jump on this. Because that's the new thing, right? So we're being introduced this. How much threat does this put us at? This is pretty good. Like this is, right? By being on this, sorry. Someone in the castle is literally just like full belt singing on the lower floor. And I was like, man, I really hope the microphone isn't picking that up. So yeah, on the topic of like the game setting up double kills for you, right? So this kind of sets up a double for us, baby. Oh wait, but the thing flew off the screen. That's kind of interesting. So maybe if we do something like this. What if we did something like this? This is kind of a double. I don't want to kill the enemy because I don't want them to despawn. But yeah, it's like this. Just talking about feel, which you think is a cool thing. Cool, which I think is cool to think, but what they're trying to make the player feel. Yeah, we're not explicitly talking about narrative right now, right? So like, I think, you know, the things that I've mostly been focusing on are just like reading the background and reading like what things they might be forcing the player to do. Like, not forcing, but like, I think this is a pretty like good example of like, we expect you to dash jump here and we expect to set you up for a double. So here we're getting set up for a double, I think. Oops. We didn't get the double because I tagged the one guy and didn't tag the other guy. So these are kind of just fun, I suppose. You can try to get like... Ooh! So this is actually interesting. This is actually a good way to deal with this guy. So either we could like jump up and shoot at them, which also is reasonable. But this actually is at the perfect height for us to shoot at them. So what we could have done is done something like gotten rid of the guy there, seen this guy. Again, like it's a particular screen length away from here. So we would see this guy and get rid of them. We would completely skip over this guy. Or we could like get this guy, realize that this guy's here, and then do a double. So either we go up here, do a double, or we can like go through the bottom, get the guy, and then double this. Or we tag this guy, jump, oh my god, please. Jump over them, tag this guy, and tag this guy. And that might be a triple. Hey, don't know much about design, but it's probably pretty important to this stage. Will always be the 5th level of the game, so what enemies you have experience with isn't consistent across players. Yeah, for like introducing enemies and stuff. I like that the roofs give cover from the new enemy, but stop you from dodging the known one. Yes! Yeah. That was what we... Yeah. That's a good way of putting what I was thinking when this thing popped into screen, right? Was that like, we can just stand here, and it's basically fine. Like, the thing that was here, that, like, can't hurt us. So we could take a second to think here, but also, like I said, there's a couple of ways that, like, solving this area works, which I thought were cool, because, like, either you could go down, Oh! They're actually even more sneaky. So this is a bait. This is like a super huge bait. So you could get rid of them, right? There's that. You could just get rid of the guy that's here. But let's say the guy lifts their gun and tries to shoot at you. And you're like, okay, I'm gonna jump. Just kidding, I'm dead. Like, you can get hit here. Or if you try to jump up here, this is where the boost drone is. So it would drop bombs on you. So I actually think this path is like weighted for your failure, which is kind of funny. But I still think getting rid of them pretty fast, like before they even lift their gun, is like a thing that a Gunvolt player could probably do. And then I think actually, now that I think about it, like, I think when you cross through this drone actually disappears, I think. So I think it is not an accurate way to like get a double kill here. But we could get rid of them, dash before like the bombs kind of drop there, or we get hit by the bombs because we spend some time dealing with this guy. I'm curious now if we killed the guy, I'm really curious if we killed this guy, if there was like if the drone would leave, right? Because I know it kind of left when we passed by it. But it's possible these are also meant to like, these are meant to protect you from the bombs if it like, right? If it goes over you, right? So you can kind of shield yourself. So you get rid of that guy, and then this thing starts encroaching on top of you, but then like you're sort of protected, and then you can kind of dodge it. Which again, I also like this as a, vantage point to shoot at this guy over here. It's pretty cool. This platform changes. Yeah. So like we were in an arena. This looks like a pretty big fall off. Probably want that if we saw it. Interesting. Okay, so I'm curious. We do this. Huh. Okay. That's funny. So again, these flamethrower guys, like, we never seem to like immediately be a threat. Like I can walk into that and like it won't trigger in time. I can dash into that, it won't trigger in time. Wait, hold on a second. So if I'm dashing, can that rocket hit me? And the rocket doesn't hit me either, so I'm pretty safe there. So what if I was here and I noticed it? And it's at the correct metric where they're not actually asking you to be a threat from this thing, because you can shoot it here. I think it's pretty unreasonable to say that someone is going to be able to like easily land a double kill here. But yeah, also if we go here, right, we're pretty safe. If I jumped, then I end up in this crevice, and that's not very good. Okay. Yeah, it is also cool that they hit each other. I think this is interesting. So if you're ever on the screen with both of these... Yeah, because look at this, by the way. Right? So if we do this... If we go to where, like, this guy's just on screen... So this is the furthest away that the aggro is going to trigger. Rocket can't even hit us. So we could do this, and then we can break through to the next guy. Both of these are at the metric for us to shoot them from complete safety. And so this is maybe kind of how I feel about like the Sonic games, sort of, but like as it pertains to going fast, right? And as it pertains to like the experience of feeling like you're really cool and stuff, like if we're moving at a snail's pace, and this is, you know, this is actually like our 4th or 5th time playing this level, right? Like, it's not like I noticed, hey, I'm totally safe here, I don't have to worry at all, when I was playing the game, right? But it's designed so that you're gonna be safe. So you get to feel really cool when you're like, all right, you know, we dealt with, oh, we shot at the drone that came through, and we shot at this guy. But it's like, how's this guy gonna hit you? He's firing up here. This guy can't even hit you. This guy can't hit you. This guy might hit you. Maybe. But this guy's not gonna hit you. This guy's not gonna hit you. You're dashing and going fast. Neither of these people can hit you. Like, so you're like, bah, get him, yeah. Also really cool, they gave us another, what's it called? Platform there. Of the signpost platform. Just to give some variety. Okay. They mostly just restrict your vertical movement, forcing the player to slow down again. Sorry, what was this in reference to? I missed it. I saw you say something, but I missed it when you said it. The fire guy? Yes. I definitely think the fire people are meant to be slowing you down. In a way. Well, I probably should have unequipped my badges and stuff. Because there's no guarantee a player would be using them at this point. Okay, so what was I curious about with this one? I think I wanted to try the lower path. So what if I did this? Oh, wait. They went all the way over here, bro. So if we kill that guy... Okay, one more thing. Yeah, so what if we did this? I think that's pretty unreasonable, but it is possible. They thought to do this, maybe? As a double? It feels like that since there's 3 enemies here, you can figure out some kind of double kill. Either you kill the drone first, and then, like, you see this guy, and then you tag both of these people. But the point is that, like, there's 3 enemies here that you might be able to... You can play around with, like, which things you tag and then zap. So it's like... I would say that this could probably be a double kill for any player. Or a triple for, you know, someone who's like, oh, wait, I could do the crazy thing. That's crazy. So I think the screen still sets you up pretty well for at least a double kill. I think if you killed the bottom guy and then the drone dashed off screen, like, probably not, but anyways. Okay. So, this. Yeah, so they definitely slow you down. The nice thing is that, like... Oh, that is a good point, because here would be kind of like a downbeat, I suppose. Because they're asking you to slow down. So you just did a combat of 3 people, and then this is like you're in complete safety. But, like, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the point... Right, the point about the design is that, like, you don't notice any of these things when you're playing the game, which you're not supposed to. This is the 3rd time, by the way, we're having a drop into somewhere. 3rd time this is happening. Interestingly, we don't have any enemies and we're revealed with a checkpoint. So, you know, stuff is happening. We just did this, like, really cool section. Right? The set of 2 encounters. Let's see, how far back does this go? So, like, this probably, there's a breather here. This is a little bit more of an active section. Where it's like 2 sort of enemy encounters in a row, kind of. And then they give us the checkpoint. So that's cool. First guy we're given is a rocket guy. Which, you know, pretty... I think players understand how to deal with those. So, interestingly, so look at us, right? So now that we've gotten a checkpoint, we now can't shoot at the guy from safety. Right? Do you see kind of like... Previously, these guys could be shot at from safety. This guy could be shot at from safety. The drone could be shot at from safety. This guy probably, like, maybe, I don't know. This one was more arguable because it feels like they're kind of trapping you here. Right? But here is... We need to go into unsafety to hit this guy. Player might jump over. There's nothing on the other side. It shows you fun ways to beat the stage, like next time totally letting that man destroy his own friend. I mean, I suppose so. Okay, that's really cool. Okay. The trigger for this is right here. So we are not at threat. That's really... So this is kind of weird because, like, the first one they gave us was, like, pretty... Like, it was immediately at threat, but now we have to go down. Ooh, okay. So if we recognize, like, this, though, the geometry, like this, from the previous area, we can go like, haha, I can just jump over you. Then I think about, okay, so what about that? So there's this. Okay. What do I make of this? Because, like, we're like, oh, that guy. And then we kind of need to, like this entire section, it's just like, all right, I want to avoid, okay, so I want to avoid this guy, so we're going to avoid him. And then there's this guy, so we're going to, like, jump past them. And then now we're kind of stuck with this guy. Oh my god, this is so brutal. Look at that. Wow. So it's like, as soon as you ignore this guy, and you're like, oh, I know how that enemy works, so maybe I'll try and get past them. Try and get past that guy. And now, like, if you go all the way here without dealing with a single enemy, you are, like, completely trapped. That's interesting. I don't know what to make of that, but yeah, I find it weird. I guess you can shoot that guy from here. I would assume the first instinct for someone is to, like, you know, shoot the guy. And then there's this guy, so we know we need to be on the top thing to actually shoot at them from the first time it was introduced. So maybe there's now this section. You could say that maybe jumping over. This is a double? That is a double. Okay, so you could maybe say, like, jumping over this guy is reasonable. It's weird because I feel like always with the, like, taller enemies, I personally didn't feel like I could jump over them, but, like, I think it's possible to say, like, oh yeah, we're gonna skip you. So I don't know how well that double is, like, set up for you. When you jump here, there is the guy there. So, like, again, by circumstance, like, how much is the game telling you, like, oh, I can, like, drop down into, like, this seems like the clear thing to do, is to avoid the big guy because you have a height advantage. So we're just gonna, like, dash past them, which triggers the next enemy. And you could say that that's setting up for a double because, like, you know, there's kind of that part. Mark this twice and then do that. Is likely the game setting you up pretty well for a double. This, I think, less so. There's probably, like, some split of people who get rid of it first, and then you're sort of in safety for the flamethrower guy. I don't think we've ever been directly at threat from the flamethrowers. As Poi said, it's always, like, they want you to slow down whenever they're there. Like, they're not actually trying to, you know, you're not trying to get memed on by dashing and they immediately punish you. But it definitely doesn't feel like they're super punishing you whenever, like, a new enemy is introduced. I think for this guy, sort of, maybe. Like, because when you dash past the bomb guy, you kind of get hit. So maybe once you get here, if you made the connection that you can't really jump past them easily, there's that, and then there's this. This, you have to wait. So again, not at the metric where we can just shoot at them. So we do need to go into its threat range, which is pretty cool. This guy, though, is at the correct metric. That's kind of interesting. So we can deal with this guy, and then we know how to deal with this guy. Or we can at least defend ourselves and then... yeah, and then, like, kind of end up getting them. It's a cool moment. Background changes. It was freely open. Now it's fenced off. Oh, what is that? I didn't even know that was there. For players to kill the enemies for extra points. Even while, like, coping, you get reward for keeping high kudos. Yeah, I mean, all of them have that, right? Like, Gunvolt has that too. Right? I mean, we can assume that the, you know, like, the game wants you to deal with stuff, right? But I'm saying, like, how does the geometry of the stage, like, imply what you're supposed to be doing? Like, if the trigger for the enemy to spawn is here, we're not gonna go like, oh yeah, so the correct thing to do is to drop down and then walk immediately into the enemy. It's like, we were just told how that platform works. Like, how this platform works. Like, a couple of screens ago. So we're like, oh yeah, we can stand on those things, which means we're good. So, like, people will deal with this. And my only thing here was I wasn't sure if they'll, like, deal with the enemy immediately or if they'll jump over it. Because you can set yourself up for a double if, like, you assume avoiding it is possible. And maybe could have checked. This was the shooter one. Like, the one that shoots the green energy. So that maybe prompts someone more for jumping over, but... yeah, here we had to go into threat. Here we did not have to go into threat, which was interesting. Background changes here, because there's probably something new. Yeah, so this is a great example of, like, again, introducing from safety. Right? So my understanding is Gunvolt is played pretty fast, right? So, like, certainly the case, but, like, there's no way that enemy can get you. Even if you jump on here, the enemy's not going to get you. Right? And then on the other side of the screen, you see your reach point, which is more commonly a term for 2D games, where, like, we know where we want to get to is over there. So we know we want to do this. Because we can see where we're supposed to go within, like, a screen's length. So background change. So something new is happening. And also, since we're on the same level as the spinny top guy, we're actually gonna see it. We're pretty likely to see it because it's moving so damn fast. Oh, interesting too, actually, if you think about it. It never goes out of the screen here. Right? So, like, it never goes fully off screen. We can always see it. Because let's say it was here. This is a little bit, like, harder to tell what's going on because it's, like... because it's not there half the time. But if we brush up right against the box, we can always see it. Here we can always see it too. Every time with the jumping slightly before dashing. My physiology is breaking on me, dude. But yeah. So, this is an introduction to this enemy. It's very safe. And if anything... oh my god, please. If anything, it gives us or tells us where we can go to avoid it. And then we don't have to worry about it too much. I don't actually remember if they do more of those. Is that going to activate? Huh. I'm not sure if that cannon is supposed to trigger or not. Is it not? Oh, not supposed to activate? What did we just do? So we climbed up, we jumped into threat, didn't jump into threat. This is safety and an introduction. So I'm confused why this beat is safe. Oh, maybe because I wasn't close enough. I don't know if this is just like an aggro range thing, or if like... would you go up all the way here? I suppose so. You'd be like foot half off the ledge? Where's the range for this? Yeah, I find this one a bit weird, because you have to kind of be off like the ledge for it to like care about your existence. Yeah, it does also force you to see that it goes faster, since you're on the same elevation. So you can observe that there are two ways that this enemy behaves, based on if you're on the box or not on the box. Whoops. Every time, man, I'm just trying to dash jump. So we have platforms number 2. Oh, this might be an interesting thing to come back to. Oh my god, I think I had dialogue turned off this entire time. Oh, we have to go back and check that stuff. Oh no. Okay, hold on a second. So, I think I literally did the thing where I forgot to turn it back on. I'm curious to know if the first set of moving platforms were always on the same screen or if they disappeared for a little while, because this clearly goes to the... Okay. You can kind of hit both of those. And then it's a checkpoint. Change the background, by the way. Or maybe it's called the mid-ground for... You could call it the mid-ground, I suppose, because it's a 2D game. We're falling into this, which is neat. And now, ooh, we're given a double, but also it was, we didn't actually get the double, but we fell into it, and then we would get hit by that even if we retreated. We'd have to go all the way back here. This is a little bit more forcing you to do stuff. Interact. Definitely like these signposts as like a, you know, as a small platform. We're falling into an arena again. It's kind of interesting here as we're given this. Oh! Essentially the same encounter as before, but without the roof bits to protect you. Which one? This one, right? Yeah, where was it? It was the... I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh, yeah, well, I mean... Cool, we can check stuff. Which encounter is it similar to? I believe you, I'm just wondering which one it was. Oh, right, we hit a checkpoint, so we're not all the way back at the beginning, okay. And so there's this one. We have protection, right? That's interesting. If we jump to try and tag the big guy... Huh. Only way you'd be able to tag that guy is if you saw it coming. So if we did this... Yeah, if we jump, we get punished. So this one's like a little bit interesting. Because like, the gun guy and bomb drone with the two roof platform. Oh yeah, at the very start, except this time we don't have a safety, right? We can't stand on the roof section to be safe from both of them, right? Yeah, that's totally true. Because, and look at how much more complicated it is. Because we have to like dodge the gunshot and hit the thing. So marking both of these is very complicated without having the safety roof. It's kind of cool. Here again, we're introduced in safety. This game does a really good job of doing that. We are completely not a threat. We aren't even scared. I'm gonna drink my coffee, take a small break, because, you know, for a game that makes you, like I said, it's designed to not make it difficult for you. If that makes sense. Like, obviously there is difficulty to the game. That is correct. But also, like, it's not unfair, because, like, you can just stand places and not get hit by things. Alternatively, you could argue that if you weren't standing still, or, like, you didn't stand on the box, even though you were taught that boxes were safe with the first example of the box, you might get hit here. Wait, hold on a second. If I do this... I'm kind of curious. Would this hit me? Because we can see something's moving, but, like, I imagine you would, like, jump here. At least. Because this situation, right... The situation where we stay on the box, like, if we stay here... I'm just curious if it's gonna do the blue lobbing move, because I know it can hit us with the or purple. It can hit us with the purple lobbing move from here. But you can see that it's not doing it, right? So whatever metric they have for when it decides to activate that is just like not active here. So we can't get hit here. If we jump here, we can't get hit here. So it's if we want to take, like, the... We find a good... Ooh, that's interesting. We got punished. How do we get... So the question is kind of, like, how do we... Maybe we kind of use this as, like, our vantage point, instead of, like, instead of jumping up to deal with it itself, we just kind of like do this. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. That's kind of funny. Okay, so that's the first time we've seen that guy. Guy on boxes. This is the metric to shoot them. I think it might be a little bit hard to see them, but you kind of see their gun. So they gave us that one. Okay. Wire mechanism. Okay, this is kind of cool. So if we ran, right, we might see this. Right? There's at least 2 bits where the dialogue is helpful. Yeah, so I think, though, by the time you've done 4 stages, I think, because this is sort of how, like, what I thought, but, you know, you could argue that any player may or may not get this, but most things in this game, you do this, right? You shoot it and then you zap it. That's like 90% of the game. So, like, I think most people would get to shoot and then zap it and then follow it. I find it interesting that you can pretty, like, not clearly, but, like, you can see this sign down here. I didn't see it when I was playing the game because I just did this. And then, like, kept going. But this optional puzzle, you're like, okay, like, how do I actually get down there? You know what I mean? So I wonder if someone would restart here to try and get it, but, you know. Also, assuming, like, moderate skill in platforming, like, we can assume this is a demi-platform. I think that's not a wide stretch. And then we can see our reach point on the left. We're like, oh, there's the goodie. We're gonna get it. And we can see that there's nothing else over here. Interestingly, assuming that they're, you know, they're playing the game as if it's Gunvolt, we kind of have this, like, when we zap the collectible, we get that cool effect, again, that, like, showcases the zapping of the signs and stuff. So I really like that. Background changed. Ooh, so yeah, now we have the big guy, but we don't exactly have a vantage point. Ooh, maybe our vantage point is here. But the question is, does it actually come over here? So it does let us retreat. We are allowed to retreat. Yeah, that even missed us. Okay. So we are allowed to retreat. That's kind of cool. But I think, you know, the game is meant to be fast. We do this. So this kind of confused me. There's a bit of a safe spot between these buildings. It's okay to fall there, so relax and try jumping down. So this one I thought was like a little bit more... Yeah. To Gunvolt's credit here, right? I didn't see, like, this didn't make a lot of sense to me because I wouldn't have heard the dialogue in Japanese, right? I'm kind of curious the order that they said stuff in. But basically I was like, oh, this looks like the thing from before, so I should be able to zap it, right? And then I was really confused. And then I was like, okay, well, you know, I'll just go to the next place, I guess. Which, interestingly... So I think this is poor, a little bit. Because, like, let's assume... This basically assumes that the player was paying attention to, like, the dialogue. Which, interestingly, is an unfair assumption. Because if you're fighting big robots and stuff, and then this happens, and then they're, like, saying something, and you're like, ooh, the thing that I wanted to experiment with. Then you're like, oh. Well, I don't... Like, maybe someone would fall to the bottom? Like, they would do that with the wall? Right? But my instinct... Right? So, there's at least me and however many other players were like, alright, well, I mean, if they're gonna screw me over, I might as well. And then they, like, really screw you over. by putting you immediately in front of this flamethrower guy. Yeah, so there's even a planned dialogue down here. Right? So they wanted you to do this. Right? But I kind of question if, like, the dialogue popping up is the best way to do that. So you're like, okay, cool. Now, if we were... This follows the same rule that we had with all of the flamethrower guys, where we're not actually immediately a threat, which is great for all the people who actually did the puzzle correctly and read the dialogue. Interestingly, an unfair assumption. So, I know there... Okay. I know there are some people that are really bad at experimenting with mechanics, so it's at least nice that it's there. Yes. This, I feel like, is pretty unintuitive. Because we started this level by saying, hey, by the way, there's bottomless pits. And then this one is not a bottomless pit. Yeah. So the problem with that ploy, right, is that from here, I can't know that the fire guy is there, right? So let's assume we were playing this for the first time. There's no way for me to know that the flamethrower guy is on the other side. So if a player is like, all right, well, I'm gonna do what my instincts are, which is I'm gonna try experimenting with the thing I was just taught. I was literally just taught how to use this thing. So I'm gonna apply that knowledge here, to the chagrin of the lady telling you that you should go all the way to the bottom. So, okay, that didn't work, so I guess I'm just gonna do this. And then you get kind of stuffed. Which I think is pretty unfortunate. I would say that you know... Again, the argument is, like, can the player actually, like, make a decision here outside of just listening to the dialogue? Well, not really. Like, I didn't even know there was a thing at the bottom when we first played this, right? I was just like, okay, well, I mean, I guess I have to jump. Leap of faith, here we go. Also, someone like the dialogue is kind of hard to actually listen. Your first instinct is you gotta clear the gap. Yeah, it's like, when I'm faced with this, I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Like, and you're gonna try looking at, like, the geometry and be like, okay, what am I, like, okay, I recognize this, let's try interacting with it. And then you're like, okay, well, it didn't work. And I was told that there's bottomless pits, so it's not like I'm gonna just, like, fall off down here. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not your first thought, based on, like, what they've taught you. So I felt like this was unintuitive. You have to listen to the dialogue, or you're kind of screwed here. Ooh. So this is the third time we've been given this. Oh my god! The drone is a physical projectile. That makes so much sense. So when you fire it and you mark both of them, you're actually pretty safe, because the gun guy is gonna get stunned. Okay. Same kind of thing. Ooh, and yeah, so the metrics work out here again, where they kind of like, they just kind of give it to you, right? So there it is, again, setting up the double kill to just, like, it's just intuitive. It appears our target. Try the hex apple. And that's it. Probably not a great argument since people don't think about design while playing, but in a way, seeing a fire guy could clue a player in that they need some safe spot to fight them. Yeah, I could see that. Where it's like, basically, if I saw a fire guy... This is the problem, though, is that I can never see the fire guy. That's the problem. Like, I can never possibly see this guy unless I did the dialogue route. And I'm trying to think of a case where, like... Okay, yeah, so I think if we redesign this, let's think about it this way. I think you could redesign this like this. Okay. I have an idea. Basically, my thought would be, like, the way that I would do your puzzle idea, the way that you said it, is that, like, we were taught how to use the wire things, right? Like, these things. Like, you mark them, and then when they get zapped, right, they fire a wire, right? So, the way that I would do that, or set up that encounter, is like this. So we have the fire dude here. There's our stick guy with his, like, fire pack. And they go like... We would need to see it in, like, this corner of the screen, right? I mean, we're already seeing it at that corner of the screen. But, like, Gunvolt would be here, right? You'd be down here. This guy, clearly, like, how are you supposed to deal with that? Right? And I guess, I was gonna say, like, we could set it up like how the buildings are, where, like, it's like a big fall. But I think I would rather actually just, like, do this. Because if you're on the same level, and then, like, you can see the fire guy, right? Like, let's say you can see them from here. Like, I don't think this would work. So, let's do this. You're able to see the ground, so you go down, and you end up here. And this is sort of your area of focus. So this is the halfway point in the screen. Because, like, you know, you're not really paying attention to what's behind you anyways. Right? But... Oh, it actually does need to... Ooh, okay, yeah, okay. So you would have the block in here like this. So you would go like, okay, I need to deal with this guy. And in order to deal with that guy, would it be activatable from either side? Because the problem is that this needs to be connected to something. Because it's like a wire. So, I guess it would look like this. So you could either go down here, mark this, and then, like, shoot the wire. So you could do this, right? Or, let's say you miss this. You could just continue onward. See that there's the fire guy here, and you're like, aha! Every time I've had to deal with a fire guy, I normally need to be underneath them somehow. So, you're still at safety here. You mark this thing. And then, like, this gives you a place to stand on. So that you can be within the metric of them, like, not hitting you. I think this would be a pretty cool way to redesign this puzzle, yes. I think it misses out, so important to note that, like, part of Gunvolt's tenets is to do things that are really cool. This is an actively cited thing from their design notes, is that they just wanted to do things that are really cool. So, interestingly, I think the beat of jumping off of a building and then not dying when you hit the ground is actually really cool, especially when you've been taught, like, that you're not really supposed to be doing that. But I think the way that it was communicated is not very clear, because it's in dialogue. And then people go like, oh, why don't you read, Flaris? And it's like, players don't read. I'm sorry to tell you. But they literally don't. It is a heuristic that they don't read. Okay. I suppose the wall should probably have been further away, so you'll always go under the guy rather than crashing into him. Yes, that is another way that we could have done it. So let's say you do a leap of faith. You could do, let's say this was the same puzzle, right? If you did like a big jump here and then ended up hitting the wall, well then players might be, like, I would say players could be confused by like, how do I deal with this guy when I'm underneath him? Because you would like wall jump to not die to the bottomless pit. Like the main thing is it's like, how do you communicate that this pit is safe? That's my huge problem with this, right? Is like, I think the biggest problem with this is that like, it's been communicated for the entire stage that you should absolutely, positively never jump off into a bottomless pit. Like, it's bad. Don't do that. We have told you that it is bad. So this is unintuitive unless you were reading the dialogue. And just to be clear, we know it's bad because when we jump off of a thing, we die. Not because the game told us. They do tell us at the start. But if I'm asserting the fact that like the players aren't going to read, like, look, they jump off and then yeah, like they will die. A signpost showing a down arrow is actually an interesting solution as well. I think that could work, potentially. Most of the signposts in this level are, the affordance of them is to jump on them. So I would be kind of curious to know if people would actually read the signage correctly. Because we've already been trained that like signposts are jumpable. They're not exactly, like every time we've been given a signpost, it's kind of like, it's usually like this. Oh my goodness, excuse me, being gross. We're generally given signposts like this. So between two buildings, there's a signpost. So I think if there was a downward arrow, it probably wouldn't help us. You know what would be interesting, though? We could use that and do this. So if this is our puzzle, and the behavior we want the player to do is to go down, you could do this. You could give them an avenue down, similar to how the optional puzzle was presented before, where you kind of have a couple of these, and then maybe this sign points downward. Because in your area of focus, you can see stuff like this. So you're kind of indicating to me that, like, it's okay to fall here by showing me this. And we saw that in a previous puzzle. I can point it out if you want. But basically, like, we were shown kind of this. And it's like, oh, that's cool. That means we can go down. Also, sorry, I you know, brain neurons were firing, so I didn't read a whole lot. So anyways. Let me read all this stuff. Read our story or deal with the fire. The problem is that they can't opt to reread the story if they already ignored it the first time. I suppose the wall should probably have been further away. Yeah, so this was the if we set up the wall downward more and then set the flamethrower guy upward more, then when we dash jump, we would see the flamethrower guy and end up falling, but players might try to like wall jump to deal with the guy, which I thought was a problem. Could be the reason they're trying to get players to slow down. Playing devil's advocate, they did kind of illustrate that pace slow, just wish we could have seen the bottom. Yeah, we can't really see the bottom. I would say that's the biggest problem. Also, I don't think the pace is slow. Like, I understand that Poi's argument mostly for the flamethrower guy is to restrict progress by preventing you from jumping. But what I actually think they do with most of the flamethrower guys is like, there have been a lot of scenarios where you can kind of just like shoot at them from safety. Like, it's not even you have to jump or that it's slow. You're just like perfectly in line with being able to shoot them. Maybe a signpost break so they fall. That's actually a really interesting idea. So what if... Okay, wait. This is actually really cool. So what if we did this? So we're gonna show them that there's this. We're gonna show them this. And then when they jump on it, the signpost breaks and they fall. So then people might be like, oh my god, I'm falling, oh, I'm gonna die. But like, let's say that the ground is pretty close enough. Like, it's not like a 3-second fall. It's like a 1 second or sub 1 second fall. So you jump on it, it breaks, you're at the bottom. And then what I would say is that this is the field of view of the start, right? This is kind of what we see in this black box. So my problem was that they put the thing here, so I thought that I wanted to shoot it. I thought I wanted to target shoot this and that I was going to do something. But what if we instead remove that from the picture? We put one of them here, one of them on the other side, and then one at the very bottom. Right, so that still gives you the kind of zigzag thing. But it's out of the first line of sight, so we're not concerned with it. It's not important information. So we jump onto the sign, it crashes, we're at the bottom, and then we need to find our way back up. So that might indicate to us that we have to like interact with this puzzle and do the zigzag thing. That's more kind of like forcing your player into it, and I don't know how much about making people doubt the stability of signage. Because if we're gonna reuse this, like if we don't reuse this, players are gonna doubt for the rest of the level whether or not any of the signage is stable. So this is maybe not the best solution. I think it's kind of cool though. Yeah. I think if... Yeah, it's tough. I think this would be a tough sell, because like we don't want to like kind of tell the player like, ooh, sometimes the signs are gonna break if like they don't actually do that. Also, let's say we wanted to do this from like, we wanted to introduce a platform that was actually kind of gameplay related, right? So we jump on it and then like it shakes. That's normally an indicator that it's gonna fall, and then it falls because you want to give the player enough time to react to it, because if we ever do a puzzle with this again, we want to give them a chance to react to it and jump off. Your player's first instinct on a shaky platform is to jump off. Then we kind of end up with the same problem where the flamethrower guy's on the other side, and then they just like roast you, which is like, damn, unfortunate. So anyways, I don't like this screen, is what I'm saying. I think it could have been done better. And I will definitely say that for me personally, when I played it, I was like, damn. I was a little peeved. Okay. So anyways, back to the game. Okay, that's true, more of a cutscene. It's a very Uncharted way of dealing with the solution. They have many moments like that, but climbing... oh, it's supposed to be treacherous. Yeah, I think it doesn't fit as well in this. Unless you were introducing a falling platform. I don't think it'd be appropriate. Okay. So this is just platforming, right? Oh no, there were enemies there. It's just we already did the section. So there's our first major checkpoint, and we are 2 hours into the stream. I mean, I'm glad there was stuff to talk about. Obviously, we're not making a beat diagram. So, you know what's really funny? Again, as I was saying, like... there was like a semi-roast, basically, where, like, one of my profs was like, yeah, doing that kind of diagram is like a... that's like a theoretical school thing. And I'm like, man, come on. So, I think understanding that giving your player a break is, like, fine. You know? So, for example, this is a downbeat, because we're getting some dialogue. We're gonna skip the dialogue. But basically, this is a downbeat. Okay, get bedazzled by my love. if I went as slow as possible. This is, I feel like, giving me too much stuff to focus on. Because there's a lot of stuff. This tends to happen, but basic platforming, I don't think they'd mess up. Maybe, like, the 2 basic enemies, I don't think they'd mess up, but... You know. It's like, go find your lad. We've introduced all of these enemies, and now we're just kind of, like, putting them... We're just kind of putting them beside each other. Right? In different circumstances, which I think is pretty obvious. So this is interesting, because... Like... The thing about the mirrors is that, like... What do you call it? They look like the hex amples. So, like... You want that. You want to do that, and then you're like, huh? And then you're like, why can't I go this way? And then it's like, that's the power of my love. It's like, what the frick do you mean? So this is a new enemy. Okay. Are we at risk when we do this? Interestingly, we are. Okay. So, unless this... I mean, like, you know, it's an enemy. We would shoot at it and kind of zap it. I think you'd be fine. This is interesting. Is this? That's kind of annoying. Though, with that enemy, like, it has to be in line with you to shoot you, because there's 2 types. So the fact that it has to be immediately in front of you, I think, is real. Jokes aside, pink guy. Yo, FBI chill, thought it was a man. Yeah, basically. Notably, this section is basically all this enemy. Oh my goodness. Oh, my throat's in so much. But yeah, so we've had to fight 4 of these so far. Which is kind of neat. And now we're given something that we're kind of more familiar with. I think it's pretty cruel that they did that. Because you might get stuff there. So, assuming we don't know how this works, right? It's kind of cool that there's this, like... Here's an introduction of the platform in a way that, like, we haven't used it before. So every other time it's been introduced into the level, it's been, like, with threat at the bottom, but... Instead of going straight, or for the purposes of, like, you know, going above a pit where you're dying, right? So instead of needing to... I'm trying to get to the right thing. Instead of, like, going straight through something, this is telling you that you can go up. Which, it seems obvious, but if you think about it, hasn't actually been, like, really introduced yet. Or that affordance has not been used for this. It's kind of novel and new, which is interesting. But let's assume... Oops. Let's assume that you missed that because, you know, you're not really paying attention. And then you're like, oh. I'm in a mini-boss. I think it's safe to say that players have dealt with these kinds of rooms before. I also think that, yeah, like they've definitely dealt with these before. So I would say that since this is like probably a more or less routine challenge, having the dialogue in the background isn't a huge deal. Also, again, that's why I put this disclaimer on the dialogue part, but like, assuming that you can actually understand the dialogue in the background, I think being like semi-flow state while dealing with these things and listening to the dialogue in the background is like actually completely reasonable. It's unfortunate that I can't speak Japanese, but you know. Yeah, so I think first instinct you would go to the left because now we're going left. And it's like, oh, that's weird. Why didn't that work? And then you might see this. There's there. So, the process of learning how these mirrors work, right, or that there's traps and stuff, is that the more likely path that the player is going to take the first time is the bottom one, because they either might miss this or won't associate with going there first. It's pretty important of the dialogue to inform you that there's a right and wrong path. I think so, but also at the same time, I think it's pretty, like, the player can also learn just by going into that fight. Normally those are mini boss fights where you kind of like, you do it, normally you go to a new section after that, but when you get plopped back here, you're like, oh, where am I? Oh, I'm here, like I was here before, right? Oh, I died. I didn't mean to do that. Right? But like, you can still learn that by going into the boss fight, like, or going into that mini boss fight, being like, oh, that's no bueno. Oh, I turned it off. Okay, we're skipping all this. By going into the fight and then coming out and being like, oh, I'm in the same place, and then you have to like learn what to do. Okay. But you just need to do all of them and not that one of them is right? Yeah. Because in every case where you go the right path, you won't know that there's an incorrect path. Or going to every incorrect path would simply imply that you're like, oh, I had to do that before finding the other one. Though learning that would be more important if they use the mechanic more. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's also important to understand about this, is that, like, they're not actually trying to make this difficult for you, right? It's not like when you go through here, you end up in a new screen that puts you into a new place that kind of has you in a maze going in, like, circles and stuff. They actually give you one incorrect decision, give you an arena fight, and then, like, give you the correct place to go to. So now it's like, okay, where the hell am I now? Well, I can't go left anymore. It's a victory of love. Same thing. I'm gonna drop down into an arena. Ooh, this time it's actually an arena. Cool. I will say for this one, so I know there's a jewel here. And part of what bothered me about this is that during the fight, it locks your camera. And when you're not locked in the camera in the fight, like, I don't know. It's really cool that it's there, but I feel like it's not. It's also, it requires a power-up to get it. Where I feel like I want this to just be slightly lower so that any player can get it. The fact that you need the double jump here, or usually, like, that was very precise. And likely not intended, right? I really need to, like, hold it and then, right? I don't know about that. Slightly lower. Basically, if they intended for this to be a double jump puzzle, then make it higher. If they intended for this to be a single jump puzzle, make it a little bit lower. That's what I would say. So this is kind of... I've already been introduced this this enemy before, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Fall into an arena? There was no choice there, right? So... The string of love, of course. I find it cool that they, like, have it go into that. So we have the wire mechanic, we have these, and then we have the wire mechanic again, I suppose. Careful not to fall I think that this is an interesting, like, oh, never mind. I was like, if that dialogue triggered on the, because you need to like go down at one of these points, like here, that's the correct path. If that dialogue triggered like here, or like maybe, yeah, I guess that's tough. There's no real space to do it, but because it says it here, it says don't fall into the pit. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna not fall into the pit, boss, and then you go this way. Yeah. So this is an optional fight. Now let's go into it. See what happens. You fell for it again. Hello, Cookie. Welcome. If you go fast enough, it'll roughly line up, but that's not something you can count on. I actually think it's fair to say that you can count on it. So, right, the result of whether it actually lines up or not is actually kind of whatever, right? But because oftentimes what happens is, like, you'll place things at a particular spacing, and then, like, it's supposed to line up. There's actually a really good example of this in the first level of Nier Automata. There's a place where the music lines up, like, very, very importantly, and I think it's really cool. But, like, let's say you do this, and it's like, don't fall into the pit of my love. Like, I could see it. Right? I could see that they're trying to go for that effect, even if it doesn't work out. Which is fine. But yeah. So. Upside down. Now, the thing that I'm curious about is, I remember there being, like, I wasn't sure how much of the level was exactly the same. Okay, it is definitely not exactly the same. I was kind of curious. But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of the regular enemies that's been those kind of, like, floating turrety things and stuff. Well, there goes that. Yeah, so how much more difficult is the platforming here? Like, maybe a little bit. They give you four slightly, they give you 4 small platforms. I feel like they made the background, at least to me, a little bit more normal when it's upside down. Let's check. Waga, hi. I'm not sure if I see anything specifically, but, you know. This kind of looks like normal. You know, this is definitely like their big twist thing, right? Where it's like, ah, I can turn you around, I can turn you upside down. Right? Absolutely toying with you. Just be pretty careful in this section, so... Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely the, like... We're gonna challenge you from a platforming aspect, because this is pretty, like, enemy light. Right? Like, there were the 3 kind of floating turrets at the start, but, like, I think outside from that, it's like... Alright, do some platforming for me. They send you back. Interestingly... So, if you understood this the first time, you might make the connection here. Or, like... This is kind of supposed to make the same connection, right? Or you can kind of try to make the same connection that this is here. Oh. You know what's kind of interesting is that I don't think they give you the I don't think they give you any of the speedy go between two things guy ever, except for that one time, which I think is kind of funny. So they have kind of asked you to do all these things before, except now they're kind of scaling the difficulty, right? So they made you do that 5 times. I think in the previous one they only made you do it 3 times. And I think this was mostly platforming focused, the entire section. Ooh, doo 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 doo. Yeah, and then there's kind of the like, there's the surprise twist, which is pretty cool. Because we were, I believe you're introduced to Copen slightly before, slightly before this, and then it's like, oh my goodness, wait. No, we're about to throw down. I already kind of commented on the design of this boss, but I find it very interesting that they do sort of get you to be prepared for this boss in the sense that, like, in a sense that you're just dealing with boss patterns you've already dealt with. However, I think the anti-bullet bullets are, like, really annoying and obnoxious. I'm kind of curious, so what happens if I do this? It doesn't really work. Oh man, yo, interactive gameplay. Game design! We're gonna turn off we're gonna turn it off. We turned off the electricity, everybody. Again, I found this boss pretty frustrating. Because I don't... It's not super clear to me, like, when you're supposed to be attacking him. Right? It's kind of, like, annoying. I want to be able to fire back here. I cannot. You're kind of supposed to be doing that. And we're dead. Oh, we're getting Anthem. Let's go. In true anime fashion. Oh, we should check that play. If you're just safe at the bottom of that entire section, then, like, I'm down. Wait, I thought your character was human? Yeah, Gunvolt is human. I mean, like, they're in a depth die, I think. Which basically means they're kind of like a psychic, sort of, kind of half psychic. Copen, I think, is mostly human at this point. Yeah, I think he becomes an android later. Anyways. Alright, so I think the main interesting things to think about with this stage, right, is like just how often it has like safe introduction to like the enemies. Like there's almost always a point where like you're pretty safe to not get hit by the enemy. Right, so I thought that stuff was pretty cool. We're gonna run through it again. Okay, see you, Cookie. Thanks for dropping by. Also, I think there was a lot of sections where it was pretty intuitive to do a double kill, right? So the sections where, like, it sort of makes sense that, like, you're gonna skip over this enemy, but then it also gives you two enemies to shoot at the same time. So that happened in, like, a couple of areas. So let's run through it again a little bit more quickly. With kind of all the stuff that we were talking about before. So this I thought was mostly interesting because of like the change in the background. You can't see the moving platform until you could say this is setting up a double kill. You can't see the moving platform until you've gotten rid of the first guy or moved past him, which is kind of neat. Change in the background. You're safe there. You are also safe here. You are not safe here, and you have to jump up. But that's one of the easier enemies because it's a physical projectile. Here, we kind of said, like, jumping down makes a lot of sense here, so you could say that this is, like, setting up for a double kill. That part is, like, you know, it's kind of introducing that new thing, and also this particular kind of platform because it shows up later. So you could either do this, or that's at the correct metric where you can fire at it. Here, we're at safety. The guy doesn't fire at you unless you're within range for it to hit the guy who's in front of you. Now that I think about it, if you kill the first guy, like, it sort of means that the rocket might actually end up hitting you, but if you're holding down flash field, it should be fine. Checkpoint. We actually need to jump up the threat here. Here, when we go down, we're pretty safe. We don't immediately get hit by these things for no reason. Here, flamethrower guy, we gotta stop. Basically every flamethrower guy that happens. We need to do the same thing here and jump up to this guy. We don't have to jump up to this guy, which was cool. I don't know why they introduced this here outside of the fact that maybe boxes are good. Like, this seems like a pretty random thing to include, because they never use this ever again, which I thought was kind of odd. That cannon doesn't really activate, which I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not. Like, I think it's supposed to be within aggro range, or I would assume so, but it kind of isn't. So, gotta deal with that. So that was moving platforms... Was that the second time? You have to fall down into this guy. But then they give you the kind of... the encounter that you had before, except with less cover. It's literally the same encounter with the kind of bomb drone and the guy. This here is a safe introduction to this enemy. So you can kind of like jump up and then be like, oh, it shoots at me when I jump up there, and has the rolly ball thing. I really feel like rocket launcher enemies, they just put their... This is where they introduced this, which, by the way, you know, it's like right in front of your face. Pretty reasonable that people are going to experiment with this, otherwise the dialogue tells you that it's there. I really liked this, because it's one of those things, like, this is a good optional challenge, because, like, we haven't kind of put it together yet that this is a demi-platform. Like, you could maybe assume that it is, right? But, like, as you run through here, you may or may not see this, which I think is really interesting. So you could just be rushing ahead and not see it, but if you do see it, and you put together the information that you've been given before, where it's like, these are platforms, you can stand on these. It kind of, like, gives that cool effect of, you know, running on top of the signposts and stuff. this is the second version of that enemy without as much safety. You can retreat and you're actually fine there. This was the puzzle that I felt like was unintuitive, because when you jump across, there's a pretty reasonable chance you're gonna like run into the flamethrower guy. However, pretty clear if you do it correctly, or like as developer intended, that they do give you a standing point here, as they do with every like flamethrower guy. This is the same encounter. This is the third time they've given you that exact same encounter, and I think they give it to you, yeah, a fourth time. Here's a rocket launcher guy. So 4 times they've given you exactly the pairing bomb drone and then shooty guy. Again, on the platform that you can't shoot, you would be understandable if they haven't already introduced cannons on the platforms. Yes, I agree. So if cannons were new, then that would be fine. But that's like the 3rd or 4th time you've seen it. So there's dialogue here, which I'm not really sure I agree with. You could say this is a routine encounter, because it's just like 2 enemies on a box, but you are at threat, right? You are, like, you have to jump up into threat here, so like I kind of wonder about that. It's not really a big deal. This is a variation on the other encounter. It's like dude plus bomb drone seems to be like the main encounter that they go with. And so I mentioned this before, but like, you know, assuming you can understand Japanese, I don't think it's very egregious to say that like you're listening to the dialogue while also fighting enemies. Like, you know, it doesn't seem like they've put any particular emphasis on like on giving you space to be told things, except for when it like might be a tutorialization, right? So like when it's explicit and they have to be like, okay, look, you need to shoot the thing and then like zap it. You know, then they'll tell you. But for all the story beats, like I'm pretty sure they're assuming you can hear and understand the voices. This is kind of the bait and switch where they give you the like arena fight, and then you're like, oh, there's incorrect paths. Because after you do this, there's obviously dialogue that indicates to you that this is incorrect and that you're not supposed to be here. But at the same time, you also kind of end up learning that that's the case by like doing this encounter and then going back, and you're like, oh, I'm in the same place. I think it's pretty natural instinct to go in the direction that you were going before you get an optional thing, but then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna turn around now, and you're given this platform cycle. So you're like, okay, so there's actually a correct place to be going. And you're like, I also find it really interesting that like when you change screens, you're often in like a very similar type of platform, right, as you were just previously, because it kind of like gives you that getting thrown off kind of vibe. Welcome, Gad. Oh, what the heck? Oops. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of like, this is a really cool puzzle, or like a really cool idea, but I felt like if they intended for players to find that without needing a double jump upgrade, that they probably should have put it lower. But if they intended for it to only be for double jumping, it maybe should be higher so they can't accidentally jump into it. Unsure. Sorry, did I already say hi, Gad? Because welcome. Checkpoint after the mini boss fight. Right. Sorry, 1 second. I didn't end up reading this. One thing I find cool about that pit, well, the second one, is that you can get hit by the wire, which was introduced on some enemies earlier if the player had paid attention. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you need to, like, not be in the way of it. I feel like that's one of those things where you kind of go like, oh, well, that kind of makes sense. And then you're like, damn it, they took a thing off of my health bar for that. Or you know, off of my kudos score. So there's more dialogue here. We kind of said that, like, it's possible that reading the dialogue sort of lines up with falling here, which is kind of their dialogue way of hinting at this being the correct way to go. Again, it's not a real hint in the sense that, like, no one's gonna actually put that together, but it's kind of funny to see in retrospect, right? Where you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense, okay. Like, rather than a way of going, like, you had to understand that as a player in order to, like, progress with the story, it's more of a, like, oh, that's what they were talking about, this creepy weirdo guy, right? Yeah, and now we're upside down. So, boy, was this the place where there's ground here? Definitely isn't ground there. Right at the start of the upside down section? It's like, there literally is for you? Is there? Did you get a baby version of the of the game? Oh wait, we went the wrong way. Whoops. That's funny. Is this a version difference? Maybe. I agree with there being like a safety net there. So if there was something there, because here's the thing is, I know that there's safety on the next section. And I don't think... Yeah, all of that is death. There's 4 there in some versions. Interesting. So provided that there was ground there, I think that would be a safe introduction to the upside down section. There is not for me, so I'm gonna criticize it. Again, not the point of why we're looking at this level. It is not for my ego to be stroked about my subjective dislikes of things, like some critics say that they are. We are actually analyzing this level. So, yeah, I think having a safety net here is actually, like, really important, especially since this is a new mechanic. I will say that this section as a whole only has, like, 4 enemies in it. It is fairly enemy light. And so, interestingly, Rance brought this up before, but, like, saying that, like, it's kind of like a platforming section, if that makes sense, right? Where, like, here we're not so much focusing on the enemies. You could say that having 2 enemy challenges is still, like, a thing. Or that the enemy challenges were on the moving, or on, like, not the static platforms, but the tiny ones, right? You could say that that's, like, part of the challenge, which is fair. But I think this section, since it is upside down, they definitely tuned down how many enemies. Again, I thought this was interesting because, like, you can go down here. So, assuming that the player would feel really cool about this. So I just want to point this out, that, like, even though I didn't get it, let's say that the effect worked as intended, or that if we did a playtesting cycle and we realized players didn't put this together, we would want to focus on actually having them understand this in some way, shape, or form, because this is a really good callback. So if you put it together the first time, that, like, this was how you're supposed to do this, the fact that this is, like, the same screen, the same indicator, in the same position, there's no reach point here. right? This is not, it's not intuitive to just like jump all the way across this chasm. Like, there's no reach point. So, that's why they had this indicator, this thing. Where it's like, we expected that players were going to like do it correctly the first time, and if they did, that means this will make sense to them. Which is kind of cool. I find it weird that they didn't put the spinny guy here, since there's these two boxes here, right? This is reminiscent of the first time where the fast spinny guy was, so I would kind of expect there to be like a box here. Like the two boxes, the same puzzle, right? So you give them a box here, you give them the spinny guy in the center, and then the two boxes as your reach point. So like, I think that would have been better. Or I'm surprised that they, like, it's not better or worse, it's just I'm surprised they didn't do it, because it kind of feels like what it was supposed to be. And then here's your final, like, sort of platforming challenge, because you don't know where the final reach point is. So you kind of just take the platforms as they go. I would like to point out, though, that when I did this, I just did this. Because I was a gamer. And that's basically the level. I don't like Copen as a boss. I think it's interesting that they make Copen use the powers that, like, you fought before, so that makes sense. And, like, narratively, like, all of that makes sense and stuff, but I don't like Copen as a boss. I find it really obnoxious to find out when you're supposed to be hitting him. Because he has borderline iframes. It's hyper obnoxious. Oops. But yeah. But that's a level. You know, I think it's pretty cool. Whoops. Let's go back. You know, I think it's pretty cool. So for our shortlist, dialogue, I definitely don't think they, like, there was kind of two categories, right? There was the stuff where it's, like, stuff you need to know, which I think they did, like, a decent job of, like, having them pop up at the right time. Like, for the zappy thing, it tells you how it works. For the bottomless pits at the very start of the mission, like, they do tell you how that works. You can figure that out without the dialogue too, which is fine. The only problem was the one where, like, you probably can't figure it out unless they tell you, or, like, there's a risk of people skipping over it, not really understanding what to do. I think all of the introductions to enemies were all very safe, which is really cool. In general, there were a lot of sections where you were safe from enemies, which I think is really important for kind of tricking the player into thinking like I'm in danger, I'm fighting enemies, look at me, I'm really cool. But the reality is, like, the game's kind of taking care of you a little bit behind the scenes by simple metrics too. Like, literally half steps determined whether you could shoot or could not shoot at enemies. Which is kind of neat, if you think about it. Because, like, if you think about it, someone had to either put it on the half step down or on the half step above, right? Someone had to think about that. And in the cases where they were in range, where it's like you could shoot at them from a pretty safe distance underneath them, it's like they intended for that, right? Which is pretty cool. Introduction of mechanics, they had both a dialogue introduction and also, like, provided there's no reach point, like, you could have accidentally locked onto it and zapped it. Like, most of the mechanics in this game are lock onto something and then zap it. So, like, I think players could pretty easily experiment and piece that together. I didn't like that the thing immediately after it tricked me, kind of. Because for me, I was like, oh, I can put together that I can zap this thing and I can zap the next thing, but I couldn't zap the next thing and I was really confused, which led me to be frustrated. So I thought that was a little bit Didn't really like that puzzle. As far as pacing goes, we could see that there was, like, repeats of encounters that were, like, the bomb drone plus a guy was, like, the most common encounter in that stage. And it was first introduced to you safely, and then they, like, kind of mix it up, right? Like, sometimes the drone's really high, sometimes they're not, and most of the time you don't have cover, right? Also, as far as pacing, they have the cutscene in the middle of the stage, which is right after, you know, if we conceptualize a flowchart or a beat diagram, which again, we're not actually doing a beat diagram for the stage, it's not necessary. But basically, like, you know, it kind of escalates. You have like a spike where there's sort of like 2 challenges back to back or a difficult challenge, and then there's the cutscene, and then it kind of like ramps it up again. And then like you get the like Waga Eye stuff, and then like the stage turns around, and then you're at the boss fight, right? So this is like level of intensity over time. So this would be like time, and then this would be like intensity. I know it's a basic stonks chart. Only goes to the room, or only goes to the moon. So I thought that was pretty cool and impressive. Intuitiveness of double kills, because this was something I thought was interesting from Gunvolt 2, because they made the second stage, or the first stage, very, very intuitive to get double kills or multi-kills or whatever. There were a number of places where I thought, oh, they're definitely telling me to double kill here, or like they put it all on the same screen so I could sort of understand. So overall, I think the level's really cool. Main features being introduction of enemies, being very safe. It's kind of neat. It's cool. It's kind of what I see in it. Questions! In case anybody had any, but I don't think anybody would have any questions on my tiny LD analysis over in bumfuck nowhere. Okay, I feel like Copen, as the boss of the level, you have to do after exactly 3 of the 6 main ones is cool. Also, he's kind of weak to the Naga witches, I believe, obtained right before the level. I think you get Naga from the reincarnation girl. So if you don't fight her, you don't get the Naga. Acquired by defeating one of the 6 main bosses, can't auto-fire but can be charged. Okay, I am mistaken. You just get it immediately after you beat one of the 6 main bosses. So you will always have the Naga by that time. Okay. Yeah, so you should always have the Naga. So if they wanted to say, like, that's kind of their weakness, sure. Like, okay. You can kind of start learning what the purpose of having, like, the Naga is and, like, what you can do with it. But, again, for me, like, I didn't necessarily put that together. Right? Which, like, you can think about it this way, right? You could say that the intention of the way it's supposed to be solved, that you're supposed to do something. You could say that the intention is like, well, duh, the solution to the puzzle is this, right? On the flip side, if I play through it the first time and I don't understand it, that implies that there may be other people who play through it and don't understand that immediately, or don't put that together. That doesn't guarantee it, but there could be a percentage of people who also don't understand that. And, like, you know, not to be full of myself, but assuming that I'm a decently competent gamer, like, that means that other seemingly decently competent gamers could also not put that together. Where you want to be aiming for, like, a larger percentage of people, and, like, I don't know if I'm, like, an explicitly large minority in that case, right? Because, like, the Naga isn't really asked for me to be used for any reason. So my first thought isn't like, of course, so I should use the Naga. Of course. Why didn't I think of that sooner? You know what I mean? Let's just play the level. Oops. Oops, it's not this one, it's this one. I could, oh, actually I could set up a double here, I think. Oh my goodness. That was a double, right? I actually think I don't like this weapon. It's really good sometimes, except for when it's not good. Let's do this. Ah, damn it. I feel like I don't like this either. Let's just use the nugget. Oh, that could have been a double. If you'd obtained it right before it, would have been neat because you just got it and might want to try it against a boss. But given that you've had it for a while, that's not really there in your mind. Yeah, I think another thing too, this is pretty typical for Mega Man boss design, I think, if I am remembering correctly. But one of the design principles is that, like, the stage prepares you for the boss. So it's like, let's say you're in a swamp and most of the enemies are swamp plants that you have to wait for it to, like, reveal a tongue that you shoot at. So the pattern is that you wait for the tongue to be shot at, then you shoot at it. And then the boss is a really big swamp plant that has tongues that fire out in like a timed pattern or sequence. And you understand the pattern because you've been taught that these enemies function in a particular way. And if they visually look the same as the other things, you can assume that they'll function in the same way. So you're taught to wait to shoot at the squishy tentacle things, and then the boss does that. Right? So that's why I was saying it's interesting that Copen uses boss moves only from bosses that you've beaten. But the shield thing, yeah, there's like no shield guys that teach you that the Naga is good against shield. Exactly. Exactly. It's not really there. I would definitely want to use some kind of shield guy to teach about that. We're gonna have to bank our kudos, I think. I'm just gonna bank that real quick. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the checkpoint. Because you can get a triple there. How's the streaming going? Well, we finished analyzing the level. I think there was cool things to say about it. And it's neat. You know, if we were doing something a little bit more formal, then I'm sure I would start writing a document, but that's not exactly why we're here. Just here to talk about cool things. That's interesting. You actually don't get hit by this if you... That's really interesting. So on the repeat, you do actually get hit by the thing. I wonder if that was just a metrics problem. Huh. Because there, it doesn't actually punish you. Yeah. Definitely really good observation play calling out the drone plus dude encounter. Because, like, they use it all the time in this stage. So that is a form of training. Right, where it's like, here's the encounter that you're gonna have to be doing a bunch of times this stage. So we're gonna, like, sure, tagging 2 dudes in Gunvolt is not super abnormal, right? But that kind of specific pattern coming up a lot is interesting. Oh. Sad we couldn't double that. We're gonna farm the stages. Well, at this point, you can't have killed any enemies using that wire, but at that point, you probably would have. Though you might not have noticed it, so not communicated that effectively. Yeah. I don't think it's something you could assume that they would, like, know or piece together. So I guess in that case, I would probably opt to just do it safely in its entirety. Been watching Street Fighter 6 beta this time because you couldn't get in. Sag. Trying to get a good score run in. Wagai! Oh yeah, and if we did want to talk about narrative functions for a second, like, look, hear me out. Even if you don't understand Japanese, the fact that this guy is like the voice acting is really good because, like, you're pretty creeped out by this guy. Wagai! Every single time you know, walk into a mirror and then they continue talking about it. Like, you know. Props to the voice actor. I think they really carry it. Because we talked about being distracted by the conversations, which I think is a totally fair thing to be like, I'm distracted by the conversations, this isn't ideal. Oh, hey! There are shield people here, boy. I mean, like, I'm not gonna give them too much credit here, but, you know. There are some shield people. Gonna bank these. Yeah. Definitely had fun with the roll. Well, hopefully. I think the main thing to point out is just that, like, the feeling that is supposed to get communicated by the experience in that situation is not related to actually reading the dialogue. It is about... It's about what is the experience. The boss already showed themselves to you. So you would kind of think like, oh, which means I can, which means we're gonna fight. And it's like, no, they ran. Because they wanted to show you their love. And you're like, okay, gross, like, you know? Then we start from the checkpoint. So, you know, that feeling can get communicated by how inappropriate it is that they keep talking into your thing. Right? Like, you expect to be getting comms from your teammates and stuff. But the fact that you're getting them from this guy and you're like, bro, can you literally stop talking? Right? I think they executed that very well. It's like, I don't want to touch the mirrors. You guys being a freaky lad. Ah! No, I have to redo it now. Score runs, no! Yeah, Rance, and I think it's fair to say that, okay, let's, you know, this is the difference between, like, this is my opinion and this is not my opinion, right? So, I think this is cool because I like it. Because they do this thing. So my logic is that I like this thing, which makes it cool. But the way that this would be phrased in a design argument is that, okay, we want to introduce Copen as a Terminator-like character. Like, our reference for designing Copen is we want them to feel like this unstoppable, like, machine thing that just walks towards you. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna display that in the gameplay, where like they just walk at you, and their bullets like fire through your bullets, so you feel helpless against them, because they're here to hunt you and literally like kill you, right? So we're gonna build them up before you get to the boss fight. We're gonna introduce him in the background after you kill your third adept, or hunt like hunt them and get the glaive or whatever. Right? He's introduced in the background. He's like, I'm gonna destroy all of the adepts. That's the narrative, right? So when you get to this stage, you're like, oh my god, I'm having so much difficulty dealing with this boss. They keep throwing me through mirrors and yelling about their love and stuff, and it's really annoying, and I hate it. This is the worst. And then you get to the boss room, and this guy's already beaten them. The boss you thought you were gonna fight, this guy already, they were jobbing for you. You know what I mean? So, like, Big Boss is already dead, right? So that's really... Our design goal is that we want Copen to feel like a threat. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to have this boss job for you. We're going to job the boss away. It's like, bam, look, Copen's here. He's stronger than you. Your dumbass spent, like, 5 minutes dealing with this entire stage and getting tossed around. Copen just walked in here and killed this guy. And now he's going to slowly walk at you with his, like, shooting gun stuff and things. Right? So, again, we need to establish what the design logic is. And if we establish what the design logic is, it's no longer subjective. The design logic itself is subjective, because you could have different values on what you actually think is correct or not correct. Oftentimes, when you're on a team, the point is that you're supposed to be on the same page, which is why you determine the logic, like, before making these decisions, right? But what I'm saying is that, like, you know, I appreciate that you can appreciate Copen. But I know we had a discussion at the very start of this where it's like, but, like, you know, design is subjective, and it's like, it is no longer subjective after you have declared what the logical principles are that your team is going to abide by. Which is really, really important, by the way. Otherwise you end up in subjective spats with your team, and no one can agree on anything. Just saying. I agree Copen is a badass, and I think they did a really good job of introducing him. Now that we're on the same page. Oop. want to double kill these so bad. When it comes to a design like that, it feels kind of weird that his attack that feels the most Terminator-like is optional. What, the slowly walk towards you and shoot thing? Is that an optional pattern? Or are you referring to a different one? Because I'm not sure. Turning off your second. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah. The one that like really sells them on being kind of like a hunter. Like the one that would really like give you a run for your money, right? And it's like, no, I am hunting you, you are being disabled. You're in for a bad time. Yeah, that is fair. Okay, we're not gonna mess around on this screen because I tried to get a double kill last time and then it really didn't work out. I could be doing this faster, but... But yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Hopefully it was interesting. Okay. Sorry, I think I didn't read this, but Tessio from 2 had a totally different feel, but had that feel achieved in basically the same way. Yeah, this was in reference to the obnoxious just talking in your ear, like please literally stop talking kind of vibe. Are you the person who digitized half of this entire level? No, it was your mom. Got him. Got him! Like... Oops. That's boss, dude. Oh, my skills turn off. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna redo this section because I want to get the bonus points for killing them with Excalibur. Definitely talking about two different things. Never argued against objective, just not really clearly defined, especially when we talk about how to solve problems. For instance, I would like it as cutscene letting me absorb information. You probably like less dialogue. No, so that's exactly what I'm talking about, Rance, is that what are the principles of the game? This has nothing to do with what I prefer or what you prefer, actually. It literally has nothing to do with either of them. It has to do with, if we made this game, the main design principle is we want it to be as cool as possible. And the way we are going to achieve the coolest way possible is we're going to have people talking and having anime dialogue and banter in the background while you're fighting people. And that is our solution for solving this problem, on the principle that we are aiming for the coolest thing as possible. We're not basing it off of whether we like cutscenes more or if we like dialogue more, right? We're basing off achieving an effect, not I like. We go as what is the effect? Which, by the way, you know, the context for why we're having this stream, right, is that it is a design analysis stream, not I kind of like something better than the other thing. Which is why I just wanted to address the thing at the start where it's like, no, but this stuff is like kind of subjective. It's like, it is not. It is, but it is not. I think it's even less subjective when you consider design heuristics, which is why I was like, players don't read, I'm sorry. Most of your things should be solvable without reading involved. That is just a heuristic. Hate to break it to you. Oh god. I probably don't have to do this. That's not what I meant to do! Game, come on now! Game, no, why would you do this to me? I'm tilted. I'm tilted, I'm tilted. I'm tilted. Look at me, I'm tilted! I can't believe the game would click the stick like that. Yeah, I'm gonna blame the game. It's all the game's fault. I did nothing wrong. I could never do anything wrong. It's always the game's fault. That is my design observation, is that it is always the game's fault. Oh god, come on. How'd we do? I know we banked like 3,000 kudos. Oh, it took us 9 minutes. Hey! You got an S rank. Let's go. Even though we had a super low time multiplier. There was some real spaghetti at the end there. It certainly was. Okay. Depending on the game and the audience you are going for, there's also positive and negative things for most things you add to story or game. Lord of the Rings is a good example. It's a great series, jam-packed of lore, consequences that it is really long. I think this is besides the point and is a, like, you know... I think in the most negative interpretation of it, this is like... Or like in the least charitable interpretation of it, it is a whataboutism. Which I really feel like happens a lot, and I'm going to start pointing out. Which is like, well, what you're saying is true, but what about, like... What about Lord of the Rings? That's like a really lore-packed thing that, like, is clearly against the rule that you're defining. It's like, that's besides the point, because you're misinterpreting what I am trying to tell you. I am saying that there is a design heuristic. And the point of a design heuristic is that it is not always true, but is generally a good rule of thumb. And that is that players will get confused if you need to explain things to them via dialogue. Generally, you want things to be figured out very clearly by just the gameplay. First. It is a heuristic. It is not always true, but it is a very, very good rule of thumb. Right? And also that I said that the context for this is we are going to put ourselves into the design mindset, which removes I from the question. I do not want something. The design goal wants something. So I am removing my personal preference from the equation, and I am saying that these are the design principles we are going to abide by, which often means we will fall back on a heuristic. I am aware that people can like dialogue, and I am aware that based on a dialogue-based game, people will like it more. This is pretty obvious and apparent. That is not what we are talking about. Not really positive. You add cutscenes, you let players consume information, reading lets you fill in your own voice for the characters. I don't think that either of these are necessarily important for what we are talking about. There is certainly a functional difference between what a cutscene will offer you and what reading a text box will offer you. Right? And again, it's like, it's besides the point, right? We're talking, the context for what we're talking about is an action game that requires you to not get hit. So obviously there is tension between when dialogue boxes pop up on the screen. Yeah, so is what you're saying that there is a positive and a negative in choices? Because that's just a true statement, right? This is a truism, which again is like besides the point, right? It's like, well, things can have positives or negatives, so it's not exactly clear if having a cutscene or a dialogue box is correct or not. And that's why I'm saying, unfortunately, your design opinion is objectively incorrect. Right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I feel like what's really frustrating for me is that I feel like people think like design is this like mamby-pamby like field of like, oh, just do like, I do things that I think are cool and therefore it is designed well. It's like, no. There are heuristics, and even more so than heuristics, if there are principles outlined by the team that you must abide by, it is no longer your subjective opinion that is important. It is meeting the design goals of the project. Arguing whether there are positives or negatives to a cutscene is irrelevant to the fact that we are abiding by design principles. Which, to clarify, the reason why we're bringing this up is that there was like a argument for like, yeah, but are subjective things like, but aren't design things subjective? And it's like, surprisingly, no. Again, this is like, Rance, you can pull every single like, you can pull every single logical fallacy out if you really want to. This is not how this works. I'm telling you that the basis for this argument is that when you are abiding by a design goal, there is more a clear objective. Right? Because you are forming an argument based on the logic of a design goal, which means that it is more objective. So there is artistic value in how you solve that problem and thinking of what the solution is. But the reality is that you are attempting to answer an objective principle of the design. And I am trying to tell you from my lens of expertise that this is true, and you are not believing me. Does that make sense? We got our S rank though. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. What I wanted to do was do this more often, except with like different games, right? So, like, I mean, I don't know. If it's, like, not interesting, too high level, or people just don't get it, maybe, like, I shouldn't do it. Right? Because, like, I think these things are interesting. Right? And it's, like, it's not like my brain is online, thinking about these things all the time. Right? The point is that, like, when you're just playing the game, you're just enjoying it. But if you can slow down and, like, look at all the cool things that they, like, did or probably considered and or whatever, right? Why did you choose Sinner's Row to analyze? Was it just because you were already going to play Gunvolt, or... Yeah, it's because I was already going to be playing Gunvolt. There were a few other games that I don't have as much, like, access towards. Right? That were answered in the comments of, like, my first post. But I was like, oh, I was, like, probably going to be playing Gunvolt. Like, I wasn't exactly 100% going to be playing Gunvolt, but I was like, oh, like, I was considering playing Gunvolt. And, like, I kind of wanted to play it. So I'm going to play it now. And then now that I'm playing it, I also want to look out for that stage that Poi said he thought was really cool. These things aren't mutually exclusive. You can have design goals of I want to make a game where players can interpret the story. Deliberately choose to not have voice acting. I'm having a tough time understanding what that point is. I'm saying that, like, there's less things to talk about, and it is not as subjective when you link it to a design goal. You can change the design goal. That is correct. And what I'm telling you is that we are not changing the design goal. So, like, I feel like we have had this conversation before, and I'm going to remind you again that one of the biggest problems with logic, which is again why, like, when we talk about design principles, one of the first things that you need to do is have a logic that, like, your team all agrees with. Because then it makes it a lot easier to make decisions, right? But the point is that, like, you could say, well, but I have a different design goal that wants to do something different. And it's like, yeah, you absolutely could. But in the context where I'm just trying to explain design principles to you, can you not just, like, every single time be like, yeah, but, like, what about... It's like, we need to be on the same page. Right? Otherwise, like, I can't explain anything to you. If you're just gonna be like, yeah, but what if... Every time. It's like you're not attempting to understand what I'm saying. Which is very frustrating. I mean, I don't know. Because, like, for this live stream, for example, there's, like, we've been going for about 3 hours, and there's had 32 views. And so, my understanding of this is that, like, people might not be as interested about this kind of stuff. Right? So, like, I don't actually know. I kind of want to be able to talk about these things. I forgot to ask this, but how's your day been? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I woke up at like 11:40 after about 7-ish hours of sleep. I would also like to let you know that I have been buried under doing work for the last like 3 weeks. So the fact that I woke up on minimal hours of sleep to be like, all right, well, time to do it all again, was kind of like, I was like, why did I schedule this for 12? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Yeah. So I'm pretty tired. Again, I am happy that I had a lot of stuff to talk about as it pertains to this level. I felt like there was a lot to talk about. I get kind of worried, and then I think like, oh, maybe I should have something like, you know, I'm unsure. My brain has to think. I'm generally unsure when I step into these things of what I'm going to see, because again, I'm trying to be very unbiased and remove I from the equation. So it's like we are turning off the Flaris lens. The Flaris lens has a lot of assumptions and a lot of things that Flaris likes. And Flaris is going to see things a particular way if Flaris wants to see things a particular way. Right? So the goal of these streams is to switch that completely off and just view it through another lens. Which is, like, difficult. You know what I mean? It's not explicitly like, oh yeah, you just, like, do it and you're good. Right? That's why I was like, I really hate upside down stages. But I actually think that's a little besides the point because, like, this section seems fine. And Poi pointing out that, like, at the start of the upside down section, one of the versions just has floor at the bottom, which would be really, really good at keeping the players safe when they're introducing a new mechanic. Good design heuristic. But yeah, generally don't introduce things when there isn't, don't introduce things with threat. Generally not a good idea. So can't say I'm too surprised. I don't think most people are especially interested in game design analysis, especially for a not well-known game series like Gunvolt. Yeah, I don't know. That could be correct. I think that generally for information style things, people like 10-minute, very compressed versions of analyses. They just want the spark notes. Whereas I think the interesting thing about doing it live is that people point things out. I know on the Control stream we had I think Nathan was there, like Nathan the Flame Master or whatever, was there and also pointed out a lot of things. So Control does a lot of stuff with like lighting. Like there was a lot of really good lighting examples in Control's Ashtray Maze, right? That like people can point out, right? So if I teach the concept and then people can point stuff out, then that's great. Or if you use your observation to point things out and then I can be like, yeah, that's sort of there, right? Or like, hey, does this kind of work like this? And then we can look at it and be like, yes or no, right? And I think that's like an interesting part of doing it in a live stream, which is twofold. First of all, I'm observing it blind in the sense that like you kind of get to see me figure it out as the stream progresses. Whereas like, you know, you can be part of the discovery process, which is what I thought would be an upside of like doing these things live. So maybe it's just not interesting, which is unfortunate. So see, I'm the type of person that if you like doing something you like, don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, I agree. But they're kind of hard. So I want to find like good examples of games and levels and showcase them. All that. You can solve a thing problem is what I'm saying isn't mutually exclusive. There's multiple ways to solve a problem. You might disagree, I just have a hard time accepting they're wrong and it's a fact. So maybe saying it that way doesn't work for you, right? But the point is that that a lot of the arguments, right, that are made or pointed out or whatever, right, I'm saying that they should not be based off of like, you know, off of like, well, I like this better. Because the problem is you can talk in circles for hours about I like this better. And you will have a tough time coming to a conclusion that people care about. Right? So there are multiple ways to solve the problem, that is correct. Right? But the one that fits the design goals better is generally the better solution. Or if they're about the same, then you kind of just pick one. Right? Neither of the decisions are going to be like perfect, especially because you said, it's considering art. So it's not like one is like completely 100% objectively better. But the reality is that you aren't attempting to make a subjective argument. You're making an objective argument on the basis of the design goals. Right? So what's more convincing? Rance likes cutscenes, so we're going to include cutscenes. Or we want to have a cinematic experience, where we include cutscenes in our game. Because we want to allow the player to sit back and just watch something unfold in a cinematic experience. That does not have an I statement. It's not, I rants prefer cutscenes. It is, the design goal is to include these things because reasons. So what I was saying is that, like, you sort of need to, like, accept some lower form of logic that is not based on your subjective preference, which makes it more of an objective argument. So no, again, like I'm saying, this is not subjective. Under the lens of we're trying to make an argument based off design goals, that is an objective argument. For which solution is better is maybe subjective, because you like one better than the other one. The mindset of, I like this better because I just think it's better, so include it. Right? That's like the people who are, like, really into Dark Souls, and they're like, I want you to explain to me, like, the story, but I only want you to do it through items. So in this game, that is like a very explicit narrative structure where there's cutscenes and NPCs talking to you and whatever. Right? Then it's like, oh yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna, we want an explicit narrative structure, and we're only going to say all of the narrative through item descriptions. It's like, those just don't really jive. Doesn't help the conversation that coolest game possible is a pretty subjective goal. Yes. Which is why we need to break down what it means to be the coolest game possible. Right? So we could say stuff like, how do you generate coolness in the game? Right? And then you can start making anchors, where it's like, okay, we want to not take control away from the player in cutscenes, because that's uncool. It's cool when you're playing the character. So we're just gonna have, like, voices and dialogue and stuff happening in the background, but, like, you're just being cool in the foreground. Right? And you could say, like, aesthetic principles are important. So when something dies, it must die in a superb manner. That is now anchorable. So when an enemy dies, it must die in a superb manner. So every time, every single enemy in the game now must die in a superb manner. Which by extension you could say, like, okay, what determines cool when interacting with a Switch? Well, we've determined that, like, some form of, like, flashy feedback makes things feel more cool. Therefore, when I interact with this wired thing, it must have, right? Our tenet of cool is that there is a lot of feedback when you interact with that thing. Therefore, it must have a lot of feedback when you activate a Switch. What about a horror game? Like Resident Evil or something? You just, like, flip the switch and nothing really happens. Because it's spooky. It's not trying to be cool. It's just a switch. You're just flipping a switch, and you're like, I don't know if that was good or bad that I flipped that switch. It's kind of a question mark. But we could change the principle again for Resident Evil and be like, we're making Resident Evil the coolest game possible. So when you flip that switch, it's like, like explosions, and then anime dialogue of the big bad enemy goes off in the background as you flip the switch. You know what I mean? There's more reaction. So we take that subjective goal and we define principles that we're going to follow for it. And then we follow the principles. That's the thing. After you've defined the principles, you probably want to follow them. So I don't like this music. We're going to put on the Jewel theme because it's better. Okay. Okay, this was a lot of stuff that maybe I don't fully understand. So there's positives and negatives to things. Yes, this is outside of what I am talking about. The truism of things having positives and negatives is not actually related to what I am talking about. As for what the goal is, we can only infer. Yes, that is correct. As Poi mentioned, we know that one of their main design goals was create the coolest game possible. So I said, what things can we observe kind of line up with that? If we assume that their design principles are truth, then what things can we look for? Like, how can we find their design intention in the things that we observe? Because we're following their design intention, not ours. Right? So we can go, oh, there's actually a lot of safe spots for you to safely get rid of enemies. Which means that you won't feel bad by getting hit by enemies. Which means that you feel cool, because you're getting rid of all of these enemies and they can't even touch you. You're invincible. So we're following their design principles in that case. Also, another truism, there is value in explaining why you like something. This is correct. If only it was actually part of our analysis. But it is not, as I have explained the context. Your argument has always been that it slows down the pace. Part where I said I liked, where just me explaining the reason why I like it. Alright, maybe I have to like scroll all the way up to the start of the stream chat. Because maybe I am like misinterpreting something. Okay. I mean, lots of subjectivity goes to if something is good or bad, but yeah, can't really label fault. Honestly, even with solutions, there's a lot of subjectivity, like for me personally. I would rather the talk be cutscene, since I care about story. Don't want to miss it. Can understand why they have. In a fight for pacing, but as someone who cares very much about story, like a moment to soak it in. So for me, rather have it all be cutscene because I'm that type of gamer. Take away control, yes, but let me soak it in. Me, personally, subjective. This is what I was addressing. It's at the very start of the stream, at like 12:25, where I was like, we are going to be discussing things in this manner. And that manner is, we're going to be looking at principles, we're going to look for design intention. And the response was, actually, there's a lot of subjectivity. Which I'm telling you, we are removing I from the equation. What I personally like is not actually important for seeing the design intention of another person. And I can still talk about what things I like. And I think that's fine. But what I'm saying is that like we're 3 hours later, and I'm like, Rants, today we're talking about design principles, and you're like, but subjectivity is a thing. Right? I think that's why I like 13 Sentinels, because of its interactive gameplay and an interesting story. Right. So in this case, let's assume that interactive gameplay and interesting story are design principles that we have to follow. So we need to make heuristics and followable goals for what that actually means. So interactive gameplay means what? What does it mean? It means that the verbs we use, like shooting a gun or something, or whenever you interact and get like an NPC to follow you, like that's interactive gameplay. We don't want the gameplay to stop. An interesting story, like how do these things play off of each other? What does interesting story mean as far as the game is concerned? The only thing that I can possibly matter is what I think makes the coolest game possible. Yeah. I mean, of course. Of course, that's just absolute truth, boy. You can easily flip that. Reason why I think let's play I'm being informal. Also, again, they were never argument against just that I like this thing. I disagree with that. Rants, I told you we're talking about design principles, and you're like, yeah, but subjectivity is a thing. It's like me going like, all right, everybody, we're putting on our design thinking lens today. And you're like, actually, I'm not going to because subjectivity is a thing. Do you see how frustrating this is for me? So, what is 13 Sentinels? This is... Oh, it looks like it is opening a site. Delve into a 2D side-scrolling adventure. What actually is this? Or can you tell me how this game works, I should say? If you give me the Sparks notes. I don't know if you want to do that, Eric's, but... I'm tired, man. I mean, I'm gonna at least assume Poi gets the point, which is nice. I would also probably assume some silent audience members maybe understand, which is hopefully good. You wish you were tired? Damn. That's a mood. Why do you wish you were tired? So that you could slip? Big slip. Sorry, I know we're live, but I kind of just want to like lean back into my chair and relax because, you know. So I could sleep at a reasonable hour and not lay awake until 3 on days I need to get up at 6. Yes. That is fair. Alright, let me try this. Okay, Rance, let me... Okay. Rance, let me try this with you. So, what you're saying is, your first reaction to something is to explain why you like something. Okay. So, for example, if we talk about something like sports, like basketball or volleyball or something, right? And you're like, I like basketball because reasons. Like, I like dribbling the ball. That's fun to me. I also like shooting for hoops or doing layups or whatever. So my first reaction to something is to explain why I like that thing. Right? If you're trying to explain something formally, then you'd be like, well, something like a cutscene lets you soak in the story. Right? Or reading it. Or, yeah, without voice acting, you... Okay, and maybe I don't fully understand that, but... From what you said before, it's like a cutscene lets you, like, just chill out. Like, you can relax. You don't have to read anything. You don't have to, like, put your own character voice or something. But what it doesn't let you put your own voice, unfortunately. So it's like when you're reading a text box, you can insert your own character voice into what you're reading. Right? So that's like the difference between a cutscene and dialogue, right? Like, is that accurate? This doesn't need a paragraph explanation, by the way. I'm just wondering if my reiteration was accurate to you. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I feel you, Poi. I used to have a lot of problems with sleeping. I think I still probably do have problems with sleeping, but I've never had it quite so bad that you're awake at, like, 3 on days you need to get up at 6, right? I think we've talked about this before, but, like, that seems kind of brutal, I don't know, is Eric still here? Because I was wondering, like, I asked, because I was wondering what 13 Sentinels actually is. Or, like, what this game is, because I have no idea. I am curious how it works, so that we may prompt a discussion about it. But, we also don't have to. I'm just trying to find something to talk about. I really like this BGM, though. It makes me feel at peace. It's very, honestly kind of makes me want to sleep, I suppose. A little bit. Let me see. What am I planning on doing? Okay. you can imagine. It's accurate, but a lot of times JRPGs don't out of style reasons. It's why some people prefer books or movies. Okay, I don't really understand what you mean with that statement. You can imagine. It's accurate, but a lot of times JRPGs don't out of style reasons. Don't what? Don't voice act? Okay, I'm going to assume this has to do with voice acting. And again, I will try to reiterate. Right? But it's like imagining, right? So if there's voice acting, then you don't get to imagine what the voice is. If there isn't voice acting, you get to imagine what the voice is. Which means that there is a separation between the preference of books or movies. Because in movies, you don't get to imagine, and in books you do get to imagine. And it's like a preference related thing, right? Is that accurate? Welcome, Plute. The difference between... You're saying there's equal value in both. Yes. Okay. Yes. So, Rance, I am telling you explicitly, I understand that there are personal preferences. And that, depending on what experience you want, that your personal preferences may guide which one you are more interested in. Okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put that off to the side so that you can hopefully stop frustrating me in the future. Okay? So our goal right now is for you to understand what I'm saying, because I am trying to communicate how frustrated I am without becoming a raging streamer person. So, arguments can be made subjectively, which means to say, if I personally like imagining character voices, that means I will prefer a book. This is correct. However, when you are making design decisions, the idea of personal preference is not your primary form of argument. Usually what you do on a team is you determine principles. So, for Gunvolt, the key principle is we want to make what feels like the coolest game possible. So, with my understanding of what that means, I'm going to play the game to try and figure out what the devs meant by playing the coolest game possible. And I'm going to look for things like how are the enemies placed such that they accommodate making the coolest game possible. Because I am removing what I prefer from the equation. I am instead looking for what they were preferring. So I'm looking for what did the devs think would make you feel like the coolest game possible. And we can start inferring things. Like I said, the placement of enemies are often in places where you're not in danger. Even in high intensity sections, you'll usually be safe. Enemies are moving around, they're really in your face, it's very dynamic, but oftentimes you're very safe, which allows you to go fast. So these are things that are designed for. They are designed things for a particular goal. And the idea is that instead of subjectively trying to figure out what is cool or what isn't cool, we are instead looking at how did they design the thing so that they could achieve an effect. It is completely not related to preference. So if I'm putting myself in a teaching role and I'm trying to explain to you this concept, generally, if I was like, okay, 5 plus 5 is 10. That is a truth. What I don't want to hear from a student is, yeah, but I actually think 5 plus 5 equals 12. It's like not actually related. And it makes it very difficult for me to have a conversation around the topics that I am trying to establish as the principle for why I'm having this stream. Because some people get it, and some people don't get it. So it is not useful to keep clamoring for this thing, because I understand what you're saying. But it's just not relevant to what I'm talking about. So when you keep bringing it up, it makes it difficult for me to teach the principle. Or share my passion about it. Because I want to be like, oh, that's so cool that they did this thing. Can we all agree that that's really cool that they translated this design goal into this way? That this is how they put it onto the stage? That's fair. Problem comes when you say, well, they're objectively wrong for this choice. Like, you're just one person. You're right. I am just one person with a certain level of expertise and analysis skills. You got me, Rance. I could make the most, you know, founded in game design argument possible, and then you can just be like, you're just one person analyzing it. But again, it's not related. So what I'm saying is that, based on this principle, this seems like the incorrect decision, which is a form of making an objective argument. So objective, meaning we're using a principle that is not based on my preference. Right? But if we go subjective, it means that the reason for this argument is based on a preference. At least 2 people designed it, so any single person can't criticize it. Oh my god! We figured it out. When we start trying to label our opinions as facts, I get a little scared. Hence why I always lead with, I think and why I like. This is fair. I think that it is important for people to understand when they are stating an opinion. However, Rance, I would like you to feel comfort in the fact that I literally know these things. Unfortunately, what I am saying is, to most percentage, not an opinion. Like, you know when you read a fact in a science book? Right? Like, if I told you that gravity was 9.82 meters per second squared downwards, right? Like, this will blow your mind. Right? Gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared downward. When I say the majority of players do not read, which means that puzzles must be solvable without being able to read in 99% of scenarios. This is a fact. It is a heuristic. Like, you can find it in a game design textbook somewhere, probably, that things should be communicated through affordances instead of through dialogue. It is a heuristic. It is not an opinion. I don't really know how else to say it. Yeah, especially in a game like this, that heuristics hold true, as people will be paying attention to the game and not the dialogue when the two are happening together. Exactly. And we already declared this as an observation. Like, this is not like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how else to say it. That... Unfortunately, a lot of what I am speaking is from my, like, personal expertise. I am speaking from my experience, which is not inherently an opinion and not inherently just true fact, but it is my experience. And I would also generally think that I have particularly high aptitude in this subject, as based by particularly qualifiers, maybe known as my average, being above a certain percentage. Your criticisms aren't fact, which I also don't think you disagree with. So, let's address this. I'm trying to say that failing art has many subjective qualities. This is correct. And I was not disagreeing with that. Which I don't think is even something you disagree with. That is correct. Because when I said something along the lines of... So, subjective level design choice. We are going to have the level turn upside down. Flaris subjectively hates upside down levels. As an artistic quality, it makes me upset and I don't like dealing with it. Yes? However, my opinion does not matter in this case because I believe that they were abiding by the design goals which they set. They wanted to make the coolest game possible. And you know what's really cool? Is having the enemy literally turn you upside down. Because the enemy can do that. They can turn your entire world upside down. Look at how powerful they are. So I think they did a really good job by having that effect. Which is great. So when I talk about the communication of a puzzle, and how that it doesn't really communicate to me that there is floor at the bottom, especially when I have been trained to understand that the pits are generally bottomless and that I will die, that I think there is a severe risk factor that people will misinterpret the puzzle. Unfortunately, that statement is less of an opinion. It is more of a fact. And I don't really know how else to explain that to you, outside of, I don't know why you don't believe me. Does that make sense? Sorry, I got really sidetracked. Plute, I don't know if you stepped out because we're like, you know, talking about stuff right now. But I do have water. I don't know if you left already. Because if you did, I apologize. So I guess a good question to ask is, you know, what about the observation of the bottomless pit example seems like an opinion? It's probably a good way to go with this. But yeah, I mean, like, I have all the time in the world to discuss these things. So, you know. Just lean back in my chair, we can all chill. If it's interesting to you, I mean, I don't know. If this is boring, then maybe we can stop. I'm still looking at this 13 Sentinels game on my Google search, and I really don't understand what is happening. There's like a lot of anime going on, and you know. Okay, I mean, like, that's good. That you would put your personal taste aside to try and best maximize what the team is going for. Right? The question is, even if you feel like you're going to do that, how do you do that? How do you determine whether or not the not actually bottomless pit is a risk factor for misinterpreting the puzzle? How do you do that? How do you determine whether players are going to misinterpret it or not misinterpret it? If you were paying attention to the lecture on this pop quiz, you would know the answer. So you might know. You might know the answer to this. Oh. That's really cool. Friend sent me a post from r/Megaman of a crossover between Final Fantasy and Mega Man. I think I can put it on the screen. So I think this is pretty cool. Don't know who the artist is, but I think it was the person who made the post. But I just got sent this. This is by PowerShot, I think. Oh, no. This is by user G_Dacted. Alright, I mean, like, you know, I would give you a way out here, Rance, but, like, this is really important. So maybe I'll type it out if it helps you. So this is what we were looking at. These were the things I was interested in exploring. I think that shows a little better. It's possible we want to do... does that even help? Make it... I don't even know if that helps. I mean, whatever. So my conclusion on dialogue was that, like, you know, assuming that someone's listening to it in the background, like, it's probably fine. I also think in the sections where they really, like, assume you need to be, like, paying attention to dialogue, like, it's generally slower. And then I wanted to look at how they introduce enemies and mechanics, generally the pacing, and also, like, I just thought of this, like, when we were running through the levels, but, like, how often does the game kind of, like, set you up for double kills, right? So, first of all, that's what we were looking at the start. But, so, example. Not. Bottomless pit. Puzzle. So. Hint. Is communicated through dialogue. Screen is includes let's see, includes no reach point, which means that there is no clear ledge on the latter half of the screen. Like, there's nothing there that, like, the player can see that would imply that they can just, like, go forward. Right? It also includes something that looks like what? Or, you know, something that looks like the wire box. I'm gonna move this over. Right? So, this is against a game design heuristic. Generally, when having to deal with puzzles, it is difficult to communicate the answer through text. This is a heuristic. That is a fact. So, my observation, after the dialogue happens, this is what I can observe. There's no reach point. And that there is something that looks like I can experiment with the thing. So, what happened when I played? This is what happened. I tried to experiment with the box. It didn't do anything. I thought the pit was bottomless. Therefore, I will jump across the gap. All of this meaning I missed the dialogue. So, which means that if all of these things were true, that I go based on general aspects of puzzle design, that this is a bad puzzle. I could not figure out the intention of the puzzle without listening to the dialogue. So, conclusion. I could not figure out the intention of the puzzle without the dialogue. My observations of the screen did not feel like it would communicate the intentions of the puzzle. So I feel like this puzzle is bad based on the principles of puzzle design. Yes, Rance, but I would like to point something out to you. You can criticize. I'm not saying you can't. Problem is, you're basically saying your opinions are facts. You're basically saying my opinions are facts. I guess if you're saying your opinions are facts. So maybe I just, didn't understand that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is not an opinion. Based on my observation. So we went through a few redesigns, assuming that we wanted to carry some design intention from the previous puzzle. I assume that was meant as you are saying my opinions are fact. Yeah, and I think that's where I didn't interpret the sentence correctly. Right. So I guess the question now is, does this seem like an opinion to you? Rants. Right? Or does this seem like this is based on, subjectivity? Yeah, when we start trying to label our opinions as fact, I get a little scared. Yeah, I suppose Rance is, talking about his own opinion. Which is fair. I guess I'm just gonna blame that I'm tired. Maybe. It's gonna be my out. Well-informed one can't really dispute. I don't really understand. Are you saying, yes, it's a well-informed opinion? that you can't really dispute because you thought it as well. But that's what I'm trying to say, right? Is that, like, this is basically fact. Right? And I'm a proponent for, like, people being like, no, this is an opinion, right? Or, like, most of the time, it's like, well, this is an opinion. But I feel like this is pretty well grounded in puzzle design. Like, that's not my opinion. This is the opinion of all the people who wrote the textbooks, you know? And they're a lot smarter than me, I suppose. Maybe someone could defend it logically, or we're missing something. Which is why not saying no. Yeah, but Rance, what I'm trying to tell you is that no, I think my colleagues would agree with me. Does that make sense? There's a bit too much I in there for my liking. But when the point is that nearly everyone should get the solution, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I have to say I because it's my observations. But the conclusion is not based... The conclusion is not based on the I. It's based on, like, what is on the screen, like, literally. So if I wanted to completely remove, you know, again, I don't actually think it is important to remove I from this, because first of all, I cannot figure out the intention of the puzzle without the dialogue, which is an I statement. But my observations of the screen did not feel like it would communicate the intentions of the puzzle. Is accurate. And saying I feel like is leaning to that it is an opinion. But you could actually just claim here by saying this puzzle is bad based on the principles of puzzle design, specifically communicating puzzle in tension without dialogue. Hello, Volters. How are we volting? Well, Apple, we just did a level design analysis of Sinner's Row. And now we're talking about opinions versus facts. But how are you doing, Apple? As you can see, there's a bunch of stuff on the screen. Uh-huh. Capel is doing fine. Think you're about to get decked in Master Duel? Oh, are you actually playing Master Duel now? Always been playing, just didn't join in a stream. Oh, I see. I thought generally you said stuff like, oh yeah, I do play this deck, but not really. Right, or like I played this deck in person, but not really anymore. Yeah. Because I always did, such a plot twist. Yeah, we can take this, and... yeah, the thing that this is in reference to, I don't know if we want to go to it. But since Apple joined in, maybe we can go to it. Okay. Rants, that is fair that you don't like stating your thoughts as objective truths. However, unfortunately, I don't get the liberty of saying, well, this is just an opinion. I'm just letting you know right now that I don't get that liberty. Unfortunately, what I say must be. My expertise must be good enough. It cannot be just opinion. It is not allowed to be. Because that doesn't fly in a design meeting. Oh well, I kinda like the bottomless pit as it is, yeah? I just kinda think it shouldn't be changed, yeah? Like, say that as a puzzle designer and get frickin' ripped to shreds. Okay, so this is where we learned how the thing works. Okay. Oh, I should probably get rid of this thing. So, this is where we were. I don't know if people care about me being on the screen or not, but... this is the puzzle we were talking about. You are allowed to personally have self-doubt rants. But I am letting you know that I am an expert, and that I am not permitted self-doubt. Especially when it comes to improving other people's work. But yeah, Apple, how did that game go? Did you get memed on? Did you get El LeMay on? Oh wait, you said get decked. I'm gonna be honest, when you said get decked, I thought you meant like punched in the face. I don't know what a pendulum deck does, nor what my opponent's runic deck does. Apparently runic is very unfun to play against. It's like a mill control deck, right? Capel misses Quasar? Just play Quasar, easy. Have you tried playing it on Master Duel, or have you just, like, not made it yet? It's that easy, just play bad decks. Oh, you've made several Quasar decks. Not just one, but multiple. Hot Quasar action. Well, you spend a lot of time, like, you know, You spend a lot of time charging your load. What happens when you don't get to fire? You just like, you know, you go for a while and then they like stop you when you're like 80% of the way there. Is that like good or bad? I'm gonna synchro summon. Yeah, basically. Edging out Quasar. Yeah, it's like an edging. You know what I mean? Junk Speeder is the one that summons, like, any number of things from your deck or graveyard, right? Yes, Rance, there are multiple solutions, that is correct. However, I believe that my observation within my expertise, or like to the best of my ability, is just correct. I think my analysis of this being the form of the puzzle is just not it. Which is why we did some redesigns. I think there were a couple of like good ideas. Also, like I said, the interesting thing about, like, when the final wire is launched, it gives you a method of being below the flamethrower person. Alternatively, I think you could also give the player a ledge. Maybe that's like another way of doing it. It depends how much they want this beat to like be important, because, you know. So yeah, you can claim that there's a lot of multiple solutions or different solutions. It is simply that this one is objectively not it. With my best analysis of the situation. Especially in game design where you have no expertise in it at all. Probably not for the best for me to say what is right or wrong. Honestly, should have just said no comment. I think that, as I said, right, I think talking about things that we subjectively like and dislike is fine. And that's why I'm saying that it is okay to discuss opinions. You know? Like, I think it is fine to discuss opinions. But what I'm saying is that, like, I would really appreciate it that if I am sharing a bit of expertise, that it's not like, that's a cool opinion, man. If it's like, I did not... I have not practiced my craft this much to be like, that's a really cool opinion, man. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm sorry for grilling you for about an hour, Rance. But I want it to be clear how disruptive it is to be like, hey, by the way, that's an opinion, though. It's like, yeah, dude, technically, if you boil it down all the way, yes, you know what? You caught me. Technically, there is no objective truth in the entire world. Yes. Considering there's a medal down there, I don't know how obvious they wanted it to be. PBH. Tough, some of them are quite obvious, so this one was probably meant to be as well. Yeah, so another thing about, you know, if you want to continue the discussion about the principles, having different ways of solving it is generally, like, a good thing. Or, like, there's many axes of difficulty, right? But generally the one being, having multiple solutions, right, is, ideal. Unless you really, really want there to be only one solution, right? Which is why I was surprised, again, that I think a possible solution here could be something like... Right? Because this is what a lot of people did, right? Like, I feel like this should be a possible solution. Is to, like, land about here, right? But it's not really designed to, you know, designed to accommodate that. Whoa. It's just kind of like, you know, it's like, do this or die, right? So having a better, what's it called? A possible solution based on techniques, right? Just jumping is kind of an intended solution, seeing as there is a challenge to not use wires at all. It's just not an optimal solution. Yeah. You know what? I think that's fair. Like, okay. You know, this could be seen as an intended solution, right, to go here. But based on how, like, based on how forgiving they are with the placement of flamethrower dudes in this level, right? It feels odd to me that this would be an intended solution, but they don't account for it based on the placement of the guy. Right? So it's like, if they wanted to... Like, in my opinion, if you wanted to use the principle of multiple solutions, having this as an equally weighted, effective solution, I think would be ideal. I don't feel like it's equally weighted because you literally run right into the guy. Like, it feels off, right? So we could use an objective principle to try improving it. But at the end of the day, if they don't want to improve it using that principle, that's, like, their decision, right? And that's where the opinion part comes into play, right? I'm not claiming that the solution itself, right, isn't a matter of opinion. It's more that, like, the suggestion of the solution and the basis that you make it on should likely have some form of, like, sound logic, either within internally to your team or, you know, game design heuristics. With how big the difference in quality of solutions, they should have been more clear. Exactly. But again, like, I don't, you know, the overall conclusion is that, like, this being the one egregious beat is kind of, like, pretty impressive if you think about it. Right? Like, think about it this way. How many levels have you played where it's just, like, there's one solution to the enemy encounter, and then the rest of the level is just, like, there's still only one solution to the gameplay, and that's the only thing you can do. And then it's just corridor after corridor of doing the thing with only one solution. It's like there's no gameplay. Right? Which is like, man. Which is why I think my original observation of this level was, like, I was very frustrated with the upside down section, because that's, like, my preference is to not have upside down sections because they're stupid. That is a joke, by the way. But aside from that, I thought it's like, yeah, whatever. It's a level. Gunvolt level design is typically kind of cracked, so... Because it's the people who made Mega Man Zero. They've been doing 2D platformers for actual years. Which is sort of why I was interested in looking at this level. Like I said, I was going to be playing Gunvolt anyways. Poi kind of recommended Sinner's Row. I know that you had different reasons. I think you mentioned that there was, like, cool stuff and whatever. But, you know... Kind of, like, my observation of it is that it's like, oh, well, I mean, you know... These people have been making 2D games for, like, ever. And they're kind of cracked, so, like, you know... I can't really say anything. Actually, upside down sections are cool, and you're stupid and wrong. God. You would honestly be surprised at how many people, like, don't get this stuff, even, like, you know. You'd be surprised. And, like, I actually feel like I'm bashing my head into a wall sometimes. Yeah, you just liked how it flows and it's placed in the story. Never thought about it more than that. Yeah. And this is why I like game design so much. Right? And I want to be really clear about this, because as someone who, like, you know, has an analytical background in, for example, music, basically other things, art in general, because I'm specialized in basically every form of art, including, but not limited to, acting, art, traditional art, music, singing, choir music, piano, composition, production. Not limited to. Right? At the end of the day, the coolest thing about game design is that, like, yeah, you don't have to think about it. The reality is that someone else thought about it for you, and they put everything in the best places possible so that your experience was good. Right? So when you go into the next section and you're like, all right, we did the thing, all right, get this guy, and then what's up next? Okay, we're gonna do some platforming, awesome. Oh, I've done this one before. I'm gonna do this, get the double kill. This guy doesn't stand a chance. And bam, we're at the end of the stage. The reason why this encounter is so easy, because as we established, they use this encounter all the time. The bot into the linear shooting guy, they have done actually like 4 times up to this point. So the player is trained to do that very well already. And then when you get to here, it's like, okay, like +1, got him. You don't have to think about it. There's no point in thinking about it. Right? But I can appreciate the work done by the people who made the level. Because I'm like, oh, that's so smart. Like, oh my god. I can't believe they literally, like, just use the same thing. So it's like, yeah, every time I'm just gonna do this. Or like this. Bam bam. Or bam bam. Double kill. You feel like a badass. You do a really good job about it. But it's also why I don't, like, to the credit of what Rance was saying, it's why I don't like when people do, like, analyses and stuff, and then all of it is just, like, negative criticism. Right? And I think the reality of that is that, like, people just like negative criticism, I guess. You know? It's like, it sells, it's entertaining. No one cares about being like, look at how amazing their work is. Especially with, like, a concept that's as abstract as level design. You're telling me they put the exact same encounter 4 times, so I'm just, like, subconsciously trained to dealing with this? Literally geniuses. Right? It's, like, really awesome work. So, I rest my case. In the place I said I rest my case, but in the place where we thought it could have been better, we, like, you know, troubleshooted some solutions. I think people find it easier to adjust when things are bad. Because at least to me, everything is just good in the background until it's not. Yes, I believe this is correct. I mean, like, that's a way of putting it. If you know, I don't think it's, like, explicitly necessary to undermine your work, I suppose. Or whatever. But I guess, like, on the topic of execution, yeah, like, I said this on the Gunvolt 2 stream, but it's, like, it makes me really sad that these games are so short, right? Because, like, the reality is, like, these games are short. They're playable in, like a few hours, basically. What's it called? They're playable in a few hours. Like, this game took, like, 2 years or whatever to develop. Or between Gunvolt 1 and 2, I think it was 2 or 4 years or something like that. Release date. Yeah, August 2024, Gunvolt 2 release date. Yeah, 2 years later. Yeah, no side story, no side stuff, all story. This is a 4 to 5 hour game. Yeah. 2 years to make this game. Right? It's like the amount of polish you can get in a level design over 2 years is like pretty impressive. Right? So you're like, oh, it's like 4 or 5 hours, isn't it? But then you go like, damn. These levels slap. Anyways. I feel like I have finished being... Finished doing whatever. I don't even know what we were doing this stream. I wanted to come up with like provided I wanted to do this more often, I wanted to come up with like a cool title or something, you know? A cool title for the series, and then I could group all of them together. Gunvolt 1 you've played 6 times, so you've gotten more time out of it than most games you've played. Fair. Yeah, I mean, certainly there's a replayability to the game, right? All the score attack stuff makes you really want to play it again. I forgot that this is still on the screen. It's no longer supposed to be there. Alright. Let's just do another score run of something else. Game design hat is off. I just want to play a game. Okay, abort. So you usually do side stuff, so easily 60 plus hours overall. True. So I remember in this game I wanted to unlock the thing that gives you the extra points. I don't know what actually unlocks it. Where is it? Gunvolt. Kudos modifier. Score and kudos. Pretty sure there's a thing for this. Kudos. Year. Let's see. Okay, capped. 2% chance that Gunvolt will start an area with 1,000 kudos. That is really funny, but not what we are looking for. Where is it? What is it called? I don't think I can find it. Omega Pendant. Reduces HP to 1, but increases kudos by 80%. Oh, that's number 2. Heaven or Hell, or something with a similar effect? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think there's supposed to be one in... yeah. Lethal Levelier. Makes spikes fatals, but increases kudos by 10%. Where is it? Lethal... How do you unlock it? Pervasion is disabled when you have this. It's a locket, so maybe you need to like unlock all the other lockets, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, let's look it up. Gunvolt. Synth shop unlock order. You need to unlock it? I do. That is correct. I do need to unlock it. Okay. Alright, shield medallion. How are these two unlocked? Well, another addition to unlock order. Is this part of a guide? Unlock order minor spoilers. Oh, go to first page. Okay, where? Whoa, I found it! Okay. Lethal. Oh, it doesn't say where it's unlocked. Usually by unlocking them? Wow, thank you. That's so useful. Gets unlocked after you make every other pendant. Okay. Let's do that. You have to make all the other pendants. I don't know which pendants we have. Oh, appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, Geist Locket. Micro Degenerator. Okay, which ones do we have? I guess. Gear. This. Okay. Pervasion Chain, Shield Medallion, Overflash, Broken Necklace. Okay, we have... Barrier Locket. I didn't check to see if we actually had that. Let's just make it. Because we can make it. Okay. Geist Locket. Micro Degenerator. That's what we need. So, what thing gives me a Micro Degenerator? We, in fact, are not talking about chat in this case. Where? Is there another place we can get it? No? Says the feet guy. Listen, man. We're macro degenerators. Okay. Clear subaquatic base while avoiding as many wormhole traps as possible. So I don't actually know how to do this. We'll see if we can do it. Because I don't actually know. Obviously we can do it because it says it in the thing, but I don't know how much is the least amount of wormholes as possible. Ow! That's not very cash money of you. Okay, we're only focusing currently because we don't need to do score runs yet because we're only focusing on if we can avoid all the wormholes. That is a wormhole. Okay. So let's try retrying this and see if there's another way around. Or if that is like the tutorial wormhole. Ow. Ow. Pain. This is where the thing was, right? Where the one wormhole was? Kinda looks like we can go up here. Oh my goodness. I feel like we need, what is this? We need one air dash, perform 2 air hops. We need the air dash and the air hop. Oh, we don't have it, do we? Oh no. Okay, let's see if we can do it this way. Oh, let's go. We're cracked. Oh, well, I can only assume that's intentional. Because that was the secret path, right? Wish we had a checkpoint so that I could, like, you know... Okay, thank God. I think this is a checkpoint. Hopefully we don't have any other problems. Oh, I can't do the air dash. How goes the vault? Well, now we're trying to do maybe some score runs, kind of figuring out how to get how to get a particular. We're trying to get a particular amulet, and we need to unlock the other amulets. So, we're hoping for good. We need to do so. I guess what we're trying to get is what is called a micro degenerator, and we have determined that the object that we are looking for is in fact not chat. We're not looking for the micro degenerators of chat. As Poi confirmed, we are in fact macro degenerators, not micro degenerators. But yeah, this quest or mission that we're doing is go to the least amount of wormholes as possible. And I don't know what that means, because I don't know what least means in this case. Ow, bro. Bro, come on, bro. My kudos. Not that it really matters, because we're not doing a kudos run. I can't help but feel like I want to do kudos stuff, though. How's the rest of your day going, Eric's? Should probably be eating something, honestly. Tummy hurts a little. Okay, I think we only went through 2 wormholes, which I'm hoping is the least required. Like, we didn't go into any the other ones. But guys, have you ever tried moving? It would make you very, like, a lot harder to kill. I agree it would. I really feel like the bad guys in this game should really try harder at being, you know. We've got the gamer chair lad. It's time for the lazy laser. Oh, that wasn't good enough. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Now we're at risk of dying. How about this one? Hey, let's go. Currently fixing up your Pokemon randomizer? I see. Those things have always been an enigma to me. I do not fully understand how they work. How so? Like, I don't know how to set them up. Okay, did we complete the mission? Oh, let's go. We've gotten our micro degenerators. Yeah, I was looking into maybe how to do a mod of a particular game, but surprisingly, I have never actually made a mod before. So, it's all new to me. Ah, here's the thing, we need 3 Crip alloys. So, where is... Alright, I suppose, do we need anything else? Because I want to see if I can get an S+ on, like, the first level, for example. Okay. So we actually need 20 Crip alloy, and we need another Hehe Rogaine shard. Yeah, I heard that it's difficult to catch legendaries in a randomizer because they're so, like... Because, like, the catch rate is so bad. Or at least that's what I saw. Which is funny. You need UP randomizer and a ROM of the Pokemon game. I see. Yeah, it makes sense. Hehe Rogaine. How do I get the Hehe Rogaine? Clear Firament in 5 or less minutes. Okay. Here we go. Wait, we cleared it in 3 minutes last time. Is this just the boss fight, by the way? I don't remember. Oh no, it's this section as well. And you put it into the randomizer program and you can modify everything, even catch rate. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering if people, like, make catch rate easier because it's just kind of like... doesn't... Just because it's, like, basically impossible to catch a legendary, you know what I mean? It's, like, very, very difficult to catch one with a Pokeball. That's kind of like, you know, you don't want to... Just to make the game, like, not awful, I suppose. Electric. Yeah, this would be a really good way of getting like a lot of kudos if I could like not die in the process. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to nay dunk on the final boss. Most people don't modify the catch rate because they want the challenge. That's fair. Yeah, I think there's also something to be said about, like, you know, since you are catching a legendary, you don't want to, like, you don't want to make it too easy. Maybe I should have saved some stuff for the healing, or whatever. I don't think I remember taking this much damage on the boss the first, like, time around or whatever. Now let's not do that. Let's pass on that. And I died immediately. Nice! Let's go, dude. Let's go. First death. Yeah. We also need to make sure this is sub 5 minutes. Oops. It's not, what am I... Phase 2, baby! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see. What if I put the, like... Yeah, let's just do this. I'm not in a mood for needing to attempt this particularly seriously. Unfortunately, there is no way to escape Gacha Hell. Okay, you are stuck there forever. Ooh. Yeah, I think the one time I did an Nuzlocke, it definitely turned into just me kind of like over-leveling. Or becoming very highly leveled and kind of whatever. But, you know, it's sort of like, you know, all my other Pokemon died, so like, you know, can you really blame me? Like, you know, I was gonna lose the Nuzlocke if I didn't like level my Deuter. I needed them to be good at dealing damage and stuff. But oop. Oh, what the heck? Is that just... That's really interesting. I never saw that before. That's really cool. Man, it sure would be a shame if that killed me. You know, that'd be really unfortunate. That sure seems like it's unideal for me living. Welcome, Rav. Hello. Don't get nullifiers, just grind to level 100 on Route 1, and the game's easy. I mean, you know. Cool final attack. Shame it's so inconsequential. Does it not just, like, kill you? Oh my god, wait, is this unskippable? Oh no. Wait, what do you mean it's unskippable? We've already seen it, though. Okay, well, you know. How's everyone doing today? 1 second, I think I have to check something. Okay, supposed to be DMing Pathfinder tabletop via Discord. Due to one person needing to go and other not having a character sheet, we had to just end up with making character sheets. Damn. So your session 1 ended up being like a session 0 kind of thing? Damn. It's an insta-kill, just too slow to basically ever hit. I was sweating a little bit. You know. Basically session 0. See, if you already had a session 0 and then that happened, then that's really unfortunate. But that's too bad. Yeah, I think I'm like moderately decent at making characters, so I don't need a session 0 usually. It's your first time ever DMing and first time playing on the Pathfinder system? Well, that, you know, that seems tough. That seems rough. Because, you'd figure you'd DM for something that, like, you know a little better, but... That sounds fun, you mean? Oh, I mean, if it's fun for you, that's great. I was just saying that, like, it's generally more difficult to DM for something if you're less familiar, right? But I suppose also, since it's your, like, first time DMing, it's like... If you didn't intend on doing a session 0 is probably help. Depends on your player base, though. Like I said, I don't generally need one. Yeah, exactly. You know, not exactly to your expectations, but I think it's... Hopefully it's fine. Yeah, I'm the kind of person who likes just walking into game and being like, yep, my character's here now. Welcome to... Yeah, when I was playing it was 5th edition Return to Ravnica. Return to Ravnica. That's when the thing came out for it. But I was playing an Azorius, like, aspiring Liev Sky Knight. But I was telling all my friends how, like, I was definitely totally going to play a Shadow Loxodon twice removed ex-agent Loxodon Selesnya chunky elephant man. So that was the meme that I told everybody. And then on the first session, for my character introduction, it was like, ah yes, you see on the horizon in the pouring rain, a towering Loxodon approach the party. You can see that they're half shadow, twice removed, Loxodon, whatever, like, etc. Very specific description. And in their arms, they're holding a very small Azorius, like Azorius Justicar, and let her down. Like, ah yes, thank you for dropping me off. Okay, goodbye. Hello, I am here now, and it's tiny cop lady. So I thought that was funny. That joke was going on for like multiple weeks, by the way. It's like, oh my god, is Flaris finally not playing a, you know, are they playing something different? It's like, no. It's okay, at least you found a website to show the map, because Roll20. Yeah, I'm gonna maybe hide that. But keep that one hidden. Yeah. Make sure to subject your players to the Temple of Horrors, which is a totally fair dungeon. Yeah, I'm not sure what all of these adventures are. I've never DM'd a game, by the way. Which is also maybe surprising to people. It's a meme D&D dungeon, I see. I can't believe you wouldn't just be a random politician. Yeah, I think one of the players actually said they might be, an Orzhov, like, what's it called? Building code lawyer? Or, like, whatever that is. So their character would be like, this building isn't up to code, you owe the Orzhov money now. I think it'd be funny to play that character as, like, a giant towering Loxodon. Even though I think there are not Loxodons in Orzhov. It'd be a flavor loss. I can't believe we can't skip the credits. This is so sad. It's like after you beat it the first time, you would assume that you can skip the credits, but it is not the case. Oh my goodness. Into creates 2014, all rights reserved. That means it's the end, right? Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I would like to save in the slot, please. Wait, what? Hello? Can I... Oh, it's because I'm not tapped into the game, duh. Save data. Save, please. I'm assuming that meant to say people didn't leave in the middle. Yeah, you know. I think it is an unfortunate disaster that time management is very difficult. Did we finish the mission? Please give me the hee Rogaine shard, please. Oh, I just realized that we're gonna need another one. Wait, no, this was the one that we needed. Okay, yeah, amazing. Now we need the other thing, the Crypt Alloy. Do any of these have Crypt Alloy? Clear Farmer Lab in 8 minutes or less. Sure. Better than war was raging, a random Minotaur duo called Bonnie and Clyde joined the King's services, with Bonnie being a dumb gym bro. Up we go. We're going fast. Going as fast as we can. I wonder if we can super fast kill this thing with Excalibur. Or Spark Calibar. The only game I've DM'd was a super modified version of 3.5e, and it was quite bad. What was quite bad, the game or the modified version of 5e? Or 3.5e? Or both? Was it both? Both. Oh, go. Oh, I forgot that there's a giant swarm of things chasing me. Oh my god. This is like the same hallway. Okay. We need heroes to save the world. Well, our chosen people are a gym bro and a minotaur scientist. You'll be worse for sure. There's the US friends, it didn't work out anyways. So trying to organize session with EU friends. I see. Modified it myself to be something quite different. Probably not the best idea when you didn't even know how the base system worked. Also not creative, so DM skills bad. Yeah, I mean, if it didn't seem like you could get her done, then adding more work onto it definitely seems like a rough start. Or a rough way to go about it, you know what I mean? It is a little unfortunate because, like, you know, this is just how I see it sometimes, but like, hopefully this hits. But yeah, sometimes like even creative people like overscope, you know what I mean? So sometimes you gotta be able to, you know, you gotta run the unambitious stuff before you can, like, do bigger projects. Which really sucks, because, like, you know, I understand feeling, like, not creative or anything like that. Like, that's fair, we can just accept that. But it is unfortunate because, like, you're not really doing yourself any favors, if that makes sense, by, like, adding more stuff to it. I'm not trying to judge you too hard or anything. It's just, like, it's unfortunate, because we kind of come to the conclusion that, like, well, maybe I'm not creative, but, like, it sounded like you wanted to make a bunch of adjustments to the system, right? And, like, they could have been good, maybe, if they were worked out better. But that sounds like a skill issue. That's the problem, is that, like, maybe it is a skill issue. So that's why it's so sad. Okay. Look, it's hilarious when he sees an anime girl. This guy perfectly captures it. I would like to eat that. Yes, I am clearly a cannibal. That's obviously the case. You started a tabletop topic here? Yeah, I mean, we've talked about RPGs before. CTRPGs. Besides, the main content of this stream was already passed, and I'm more unwinding because I had to grill rants for an hour. I didn't have to, but my pride said that I did, so... Which is probably not the best thing, but... Okay, so... Can I make the thing? I think I can make at least one. The question is, how do I get Crip Alloy? We can make one of these. I need 5 more. I guess this also means that I can't have the cool stuff equipped. Let's try doing this, because I heard this one's really easy and fast and stuff. So I was trying to underscope by essentially adapting another story over to D&D, and it just wouldn't work as well on the base system. I see. Is there even a plus? I believe there is. On the wiki or whatever, it said there was a plus. Massive stories are usually written by big teams and take years to finish. Not everyone has to make the next Lord of the Rings. Yeah. And you know, I think even then, right, like you could say something's written by a big team, but I think one of the lesser appreciated benefits of like having a big team is just like how much work there is, right? So like even if having a lot of minds on one problem doesn't necessarily translate to quality, like in the case that happens, right? Right, it's just like less work, right? You can just have other people doing stuff and then you don't have to do it. Whereas needing to do all the stuff yourself as like a DM is actually a like really high, like there's a lot of responsibility, I suppose. Big homebrews and stories are usually sometimes randomly spontaneously on the spot as well because players did something team hasn't expected. Yeah, there's a skill to improvising for sure. But I'm assuming we're more talking about like, you know, if we wanted to have like a well, like stepped out or designed story or something, right? Oh no! No, the pain! Oh, the cring! Oh, it's so I did the cringe move. Oh no, that was so cringe. Hopefully nobody was watching when I did the cringe move. Damn. Unfortunately, I am cringe. I'm sorry. Kinda went to turn Tombs of Annihilation from 5e to Pathfinder 2e. Apparently characters always end with some sort of trauma there. Oh, we could do even faster. Oh, we got an S rank though. Let's go. I heard this is a good place to farm materials. Have you ever tried to adapt 50 spells into D&D with no base work to it? Not super easy, so I do blame myself for that. I do not blame myself that hard for the end product being bad. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, there's just so much work. You know, and it's hard to get all of that work right. You are cringe, but you are free? This is correct. I will be cringe, and I will be free. Oh my goodness, no. I guess it doesn't matter if I get hit at the start because it's literally... Nice. Yeah, even if it's not like necessarily your fault, because that's obviously an ambitious project, it's still pretty unfortunate. Oh, yo, we got a double S? Let's go. We did it? Hey, S+, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Still no materials that we want. Okay, let me see if I can look it up. Gunvolt 1 Rip Alloy. Trip Alloy. Where do you get it from? It's a common. Okay, but where does it drop? Trip Alloy. It's a common, which I guess that means it drops from anywhere? Oh. Well, I guess that means we just have to keep going. Oops, not on that one. I think there are some more Crypt Alloy challenges, seeing as each one gives 8, it'd probably be good when you're trying to get 5 of them. Yeah, okay. After this, I will check. I will check to see if there's any other ones. There probably is. No. Well, missed the one cycle. Whoops. Oh. You have exposed your behind to me. Aha! I think my dad said that helped me focus on the story you wanted to tell. Create the outline when starting recommended hero's journey. When your creative juices are going, focus on your main character's wants and desires. That is certainly a framework to use, right? I think it is a fair framework. Well, we got one Crypt Alloy. Let's go. Let's see if there's another one. I'm pretty sure we've used the other ones, but like, well, let's see. Oops, not that one. Data store enablement. Okay. Basically, when you make any story, it's best to think at the beginning, the ending, and then work on the middle. That is also a good framework. Yeah, I know some people have said basically something along the lines of, okay, well, I'm gonna just go, because I'm remembering that I don't care about do not care about getting kudos. I'm just trying to clear it in 8 minutes. What was it? Sometimes for puzzles you can think about, like, a common way to do it is to start from the end. When trying to make one. But yeah, I think just like, you know, considering what yeah, it's like considering your intent with things is probably important. Like, for example, with a character that has wants and desires, like, generally that's pretty human, right? And you could extrapolate that, like, having a character that feels human based on their wants and desires makes a lot of sense. So, which means that using that as a design principle makes a lot of sense. While it is not the only framework to work with, it's pretty useful. Because you can extrapolate why it is useful. I actually wanted to watch a speedrun of this game. Apparently they go, like, super next level on, like, routing out when you level up and stuff, and I'm like, bro, that's pretty extra. Like, I understand, it makes sense, I know why you're doing it, but also damn. Every time I want to, like, speedrun something, I'm like, yeah, I can, like, go pretty fast in that game. And it's like, oh, yeah, but have you considered all of these things that we have considered? And it's like, ah, you know what? That's why you're the speedrunner and I'm not the speedrunner. Because you're... Oh, right, we literally have the spike problem thing on. Oh my god, I forgot. If you're gonna damage boost, it makes sense to fully plan out your heals. Absolutely. Oh, well, I mean, we suck. I like how there was the explosion afterwards. It made it feel like we were exploding. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, boy. I didn't actually watch the speedrun because it was in the middle of us playing it, but I did look it up to see if there was any, like, you know, any techniques that I wasn't using. You know? Like any movement tech or something. I didn't learn anything, by the way. Alright, big mans. Time to get doo-dooed on. Oh, just kidding, I'm getting doo-dooed on. Hey, Quasar! Is Apple still here? We're getting Quasar. And this is a good starting point. Personally, jump all over the place, start at the beginning, then jump to the end. Every time I get frustrated, jump to the next part of the story. First draft also usually never ends up going perfect. Yeah, I mean... Because, like... You know, you can't focus on making it really, really good if you're focused on, like, making it perfect. Which is why including 2 different steps helps, right? So if you have the step where, like, you're thinking about... God, what is it? You have the step where you're thinking about, like, writing the stuff and just putting it down. And then you can judge it later when you do an iteration, right? But... Not to throw Gunvolt 1 under the bus, by the way, but, like, man, Gunvolt 2 feels so much better. Like, the challenges, the menus, not needing to press B to confirm on things. Could have at least, you know. Anyways. Just don't get Goompa stomped? What was Goompa? Goompa stomped. I don't have enough credits? Are you for real? Bro. Bro, are you for realsying me right now? Oh my goodness. Maybe we can sell some stuff? Yo, what if we sold Jewel's necklace? Is that, like, bad? Can we do that? Oh, you can sell materials. Hey. Let's sell some materials. Wait, I guess this really isn't that much. It doesn't make a whole lot. But we have so many. It really doesn't make a lot. Okay. Okay. Would love Gunvolt game where we can just play as the villains, like that one Mega Man game. Oh, you mean ZX Advent? You know, I kind of feel that. At the same time, it's like... I always felt like the boss controls were kind of clunky, but that's a me thing. I didn't look too much into it. I just didn't like it that much. You meant Goomba? Yeah. Goomba is Goomba's dad. Oh, like Goompa? Oh god. It's Goompapa. Okay, well, we have to farm more, I suppose, which means we're going to do this one. I'm going to be back in like 2 seconds so I can use the Flag Bear's room. BRB. Alright, we're back. That fly smile, it'll haunt me. Good. Feel haunted. You're talking about Mega Man Powered Up. It's a PSP game? Oh, I see. It is a different game. I cannot speak to the funness of that game, or not. How do I check how much money I made off of that? Because I don't actually know. Feels like we did not make a whole lot. Damn, I can't believe the price of this thing is so damn expensive. Why would they do that, man? It's so expensive. How the heck do I make, like, 500k? What am I supposed to do about that? Like, that's only 50k. Like, bruh, what? How? Urban run without taking any damage, sure. Urban run. Urban run. 3 minutes or less. That's kind of funny. Oops. Oops. Isn't the price 180k and you have like 130? Oh, was I reading a digit wrong? Maybe I was reading a digit wrong. Might have been reading a digit wrong. I thought it was 500k off, and that's why I was like, bro, what is this? I don't know which one was 50k. I think it was S plussing Sumeragi the first stage, but like... Oh, well, I don't think this is gonna work anymore. I pressed the wrong button. That has a gigantic hitbox. Kind of like my ass, which also has a gigantic hitbox. 50k would work. Yeah, the Sumeragi stage. Still on S plus, we got the 1.2 times modifier. Okay. A big sword? Could say that. Yeah, we're at 130k and it's 180, right? Yeah, so we need 50k. Ooh, needing to scroll down to the missions. Ooh, baby. Oh, I guess all of these give you a lot of stuff. Wait, did we only clear 2? I thought we cleared 3. How did we not clear? Oh, because it said don't take any damage. Oh, you know what? You right. Urban Run S are higher. And no damage. Okay. So let's try to actually not take any damage. I think we could do that. Let's put it on Fearless, just so we can see when we don't take damage. Fearless. Fog. I guess this also means we need to not get hit by the laser. Let's be slightly more careful. Okay. Well. You know what? It's fine. Let's not worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry. Stop worrying. You're worrying. I see you're worrying. Don't worry about it. You're worrying about it. I see that you're worrying about it. You need to not worry about it. See, you're being concerned. That concern is great, except for the fact that you don't need to worry about it. With that challenge titled "How long until they get platinum to make Gunvolt preventions?" I'm gonna have to look at the title again because I don't remember which one or what it was saying. Ooh, A rank. They see me scroll and oh. I keep thinking it's right there, but it is not. I actually don't know how to dodge the missiles. I'm gonna be honest. Do I have to like dodge them manually or something? Maybe what I should do is I'll use Astrosphere to knock it over. And then I'll use Luxcalibur to... whatever. Nice. We got plus 100 for a secret. Sweet. Bleep. First try, baby. Didn't even have to try multiple times. Okay. Is that enough? So I don't actually know. I know this is a lot. This Azure Impulse. S+. Let's see first if we have enough. Ooh, baby! That's what I'm talking about. Now we can get our... this thing. Where is it? This thing. Amazing. You just did that? Get the S+? Yeah, but we didn't have the thing, so... Right, it is time. I have been wanting to get an S+ on this for a long time, because I tried to do it. I tried to get an S+ on this for like an entire night. Didn't get it. And I was very frustrated because I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean I can't get an S+ on this? Why am I not getting an S+? The reason is because we were bad at the game. Well, that didn't work. Not even getting Ambi Annals Plus? Wait, what's that? Was there another thing that gives you more score that I didn't notice? Or was that the change your HP to 1 thing? Oh, the infinite ops and air dashes thing. Oh wait, why didn't that kill them at the same time? I marked them at the same time. Maybe because we're being silly. This one's probably not it, but hear me out. Oh, no, it's definitely not it. We try to restart. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need infinite air hops and dash rings to get the things. Well, it doesn't feel right to see plus 120 and plus 36. Honestly, I actually feel that. I saw it and was like, that's kind of weird. This feels kind of weird, dude. Up we go. don't remember. I had a route, I swear, and now I don't. Oh. Oh, don't do it to me. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. The two doors need to be... Oh, the door was chunkier. Well, I mean, that's kind of bad. Wow, just none of that was doubles. Because we're trash. It's okay. It's okay, everything is fine. It's quite bad. I also find it unfortunate that you don't have a jewel clone or jewel thing out. Forsaking airstrikes for failed doubles? Yes. Okay, well, we'll just see how we do, you know? Fine. I remember this next upcoming part was, like, particularly tricky, just because, like, wasn't really sure how to do some of the doubles. Ah! Made 24 kudos. Yeah, one of these places has like a weird thing. Oh. It's when you get to the shield guys. Because this shield guy has like a thing behind them. And it's like, you could get a double there. Or you could not. I suppose that doesn't make it a triple, which is kind of... which means there's no benefit to doing that there. Wait, laser time? No, it's coming up. So the one thing, other thing that I learned since we finished this game is that you get more points for finishing them with a thingamajig, so hopefully that helps. No! 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 This is so sad. Oh my god, no. Oh, well, I mean, let's see how we did. It's only an S. I'm a failure. Secret, smiley face. You messed it up. I certainly did. Alright. Now, what I think we need to do is we need to, actually land those doubles, sort of like in the start of the run and whatnot. So I believe the first one is only an airstrike, and then there's 2 turrets. Alright, and then I think there's a turret, and then a... Okay, first of all, can I, like, get on top of there? I cannot. We're not really concerned about time, honestly, because our time scores seem to be fine. But we need to make sure we get all the doubles and stuff. Secret. I know that's like a double marking problem, but also like, man, I'm bad at this game. I'm literal trash. Like, don't mark things twice. You want them to die at the same time. It's that simple. Third time's a charm? Hopefully. Oh. Okay. I jumped without reason. I think this is fine. I think there's one door that we could have paired this with, which is this door, but that's okay. Could have gone like a triple or something, or, you know. Or, you know, hear me out. We could not do that. I'm gonna just store this 22 and then continue on with my life. Let's not miss the 500 at the end as well, yeah? You think? I wonder if we get like a 500 point bonus or something for defeating the mini-boss with like Astrosphere or something. Because that would also give us more points. Might, yeah. I didn't think to check. One to two? One of these has two, and I think it's this one. Okay, so I actually have to double mark. Even if you did, it's probably not worth losing the multiplier? Yeah, I wonder about that. Stupid shield guy. Okay, let's not mess this up. Now that I hear that he's actually saying, like, armed blue, like, saying like, his name before doing the thing, like, man, I don't know. It's so anime. Love how anime it is. But I just, like, I didn't even know what he was saying before he did the stuff, so I was like, that definitely isn't them saying Azure Striker, so, you know. Brutal. Yeah, so maybe what we need to do is to never bank. You know, as much as I don't want to believe that to be the case. Maybe what we also need to do is not bank anything. I also wonder if there's any triples that I'm missing. Like, there's probably some, right? We'll give it a couple more tries. Like, maybe one last good try, and then if it's bad, then we'll just call it. I figured the difference between getting an SS rank was like having the the 20% modifier thing, but it is entirely possible that that is not the case. Not a great start. Never looked it up, so I thought Azure Striker was just armored blue from the voice acting. Yeah, it's like armed blue. Man's just talking about blue arm. Whatever that means. Yeah, so getting hit doesn't inherently make you lose points. It's more that, like, if you get hit 3 times, then you'll lose all of your kudos. But as long as we don't lose the kudos, it should be fine. What if we... Yeah, like that. Like, I wonder if we can just pair the 2 doors together and then get rid of the guy in the middle. Probably works. Is there not a cautious baby who doesn't play in Fearless? Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, you know, playing a Fearless one is, like, probably not where we want to be. I think having 2 safety nets on taking damage is what I would like to have. So yeah, I'm a cautious baby, basically. I mean, honestly, if we were playing with, you know, if we were playing with Gunvolt's second second game, we probably would have had an S+ by now, no? Anyone else think? Yeah, S++ at this rate, honestly. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Okay. Yeah, we lose the airstrike there when we don't. I don't think that's much higher than the other one. I think we need to not bank. You're glad GV3 toned that down? What? The over-tuning for the score? So they actually made it harder again to get score? Alright, I could have paired that one. I keep forgetting that that's a double. Oh, that's probably why, because I get the double here. Well, none of those were doubles, which is kind of bad. Oh, we could get 2 doubles, because there'd be a double there and a double there. Oh, man. Well, we missed out on a fairly large amount of points there. We'll see what happens. Oh. Ooh. Man, that's a lot of pain, honestly. Try to remember to style on the mini boss. Well, the problem is, as Poi said, you bank your kudos, so like that's kind of an issue. I didn't go that hard on your score runs. Or on your score in the first runs, okay. Yeah, the thing for me is, like, I also, like, you know, I try to play it as I feel like it should be played, right? Like, you know, it feels cool to, like, get airstrikes and get double kills on Gunvolt and stuff. So, like, I'll do that. But I definitely agree that like, going super hard on your first run isn't really where you want to be. I kind of like planning, you know, where you get your doubles and stuff, like when you're going for an actual score run, like that. I think that's pretty fun. I like doing it. But definitely can get pretty frustrating. Okay, so for this one, do this. Don't jump. Don't jump. These literal guys. These guys. I think we're going to do the thing that we did last time where we bank the kudos on the first checkpoint. I know I said we should not do that, but I think I'm also just missing some, like, triples I could be getting. Like, triples and doubles and stuff. So let's bank these. And let's try this. So I'm pretty sure this has a double behind it. And then the next one also has a double that I keep, like... I don't even get this one. I didn't get this the last few times. So now let's try styling on the mini-boss with, like, Luxcalibur. Because now that we don't have a whole lot of kudos, we can bank here and it's probably not that huge of a deal. So the bonus score we get from this is probably higher than keeping the thing. Only good thing about 20% extra is triples give 300 as they should. Hilarious. Okay, let's take the checkpoint here as well. Okay, I'm gonna head off. Have fun. All right, take care, Rav. Thanks for dropping by. See you later. So hard to get that. I think what we need to do is we need to mark them twice and then jump back over them again. Which is annoying. But you didn't lose your kudos yet? Yeah, we didn't. We missed the double. So it was a double, and then we killed the first one, which meant we lost points. Yeah. That almost meme blasted me. Okay. How did we do? How did we do? Let's freaking go! Sorry, I saw the Steam achievement and then like completely ruined the suspense. Yo, let's go! Damn, we're crazy. Yeah, pro strats to bank the kudos on that one checkpoint, like on the starter checkpoint, so that at the mini boss we can bank it on a special skill. Damn. Guess the bonus was worth it in the end? Wait, which bonus? Oh, the bonus on the mini boss? I think also where we decided to bank. I guess what we could have done is we could have not banked before the mini boss, but then banked it on the special that we did on the mini boss, right? And then we could do, so it would split the level in half instead of into like thirds, because then I think the multipliers are worse. Like you keep the multiplier all the way up to the mini boss, get the style kill, and then the second half should all be its own segment as well. It's probably like a more optimized high score for that. But hey, let's freaking go. I don't actually think I want the farm for S pluses on these other things. I maybe want to get S's, and I don't know when I'm going to do those. If I ever do. Maybe. I don't know. But what I'm going to say is, that's going to be it for today. We did a little bit more than just analyze Sinner's Row, because I wanted to continue playing Gunvolt. But, because, you know, felt kind of awkward. Felt a little awkward. But, nonetheless, member stream tomorrow at some point in time. I think I have it scheduled for 2. I think. Let me double check. So there will be a member stream tomorrow. Look at some of my work. It's embarrassing, though. It's a little embarrassing. What is it scheduled for? It is scheduled for 12. Okay. I will make sure to not stay up until 4 in the morning this time. And then I should be fine. That stream will probably be decently short, I think. I don't know, depending on how much people actually want to Zetsudan or whatever. I'm not sure. We'll see. Did you accept the challenge for the S+? I did not. So technically we didn't complete the mission for it. That is, you know, unfortunately that happened. But yeah. So, I don't know, if you somehow were in a VOD and made it to the end of the stream, and then you were like, you found me on the exact day before the membership stream, and you're like, oh my goodness, I want to go to a chill Zetsudan, then, then buy robe. Remember everybody, buy robe. I'm gonna, you know, finish up the strategy meeting and post it probably afterward. I don't know, we can do it now. It's like, I don't want to have to, like, close this. I don't want to have to close this, Photoshop thing. I am super glad I remembered that I had it open, because that could have doxed me again for the actual 70 millionth time that I keep Photoshop open. Oh my god. It would have done it again. This time you might have actually seen something kind of spicy. So I'm glad I remembered that. Hungry and tired, still remembered to be like, cool, let's not do that. Save changes to thing, no. Okay. Yeah, that would have been actually kind of embarrassing. Fourth time, I believe? No, we're not doing it again. We're just gonna stamp off the meeting and call it a day. What did you jump into? I said that if I forgot to close down the battle map, because I had it set to green screen, you would have seen spicy things if I tried to close the document. And it's a good thing that I remembered, because that would have been really bad. Would have been quite bad. Okay, so there's a variety variable stream for today. I really feel like I want to add like some kind of tag or some kind of like, you know, make it a series of some kind so that I can, you know, so that I can talk about it more. I feel like it's something that's supposed to be interesting about me, but maybe it's not. I can't help but feel self-conscious, you know what I mean? Where it's like, I kind of want to make this content because I feel like there's value in making it a live stream so that people can kind of talk about stuff and make observations with me. But maybe it's not so good. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, because imagine, what if we, like, you know, could do stuff like analyzed Metroid Prime. I feel like that'd be cool. I don't know what takeaways there would be, but it'd be cool. Analyze Hollow Knight. Or particular levels in Hollow Knight, or any of those kinds of things. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it more. I did this one kind of on a whim because, like, I sort of wanted to do it. I know I kind of wanted to take a look at the level, but I wasn't committed that this Saturday I was going to be doing it. You know what I mean? I was like, I kind of want to do that. And then the Saturday ended up being a variety or like variable stream because I wasn't sure if I was going to hit Master on Tuesday. So it's like, okay, well, if I don't hit Master on Tuesday, then I'll like play it on Saturday. If I don't like finish Gunvolt or like get to where I want in Gunvolt, then I'll play it on Saturday, like depending on what I wanted to play. But it ended up being, okay, let's analyze Sinner's Row. see what's going on with that. So, I don't know. Maybe more in the future, I'm not sure. Did anybody else have an opinion on it? You don't feel free to console my ego, but, you know, if it was awful and you never want to hear from it ever again, you know, now's your chance to tell me. If you're like, damn, that was literally the worst, most uninteresting piece of content I've ever seen. Please, Flaris, never do that again. This is your chance. Before we call it a wrap. I see. Yeah. I think that's kind of how some other people feel. Where it's like, game design, not the most interesting of topics. Yeah. Sorry, I'm decently hungry right now, and I can feel my brain spacing out. But thank you for the feedback. You know, I'm glad you could enjoy it despite it not being like a specific field of interest for you or anything like that. Yeah. I don't know, I think there's stuff worth looking at. Need to find more things to look at. I felt like the fun interactive element was like either people getting to be like, oh yeah, look at this one. Like, tell me about this one. Or tell me about this one. Right? And then I can like go play that. And then I realized part of the problem with that is needing to actually get to the thing. Needing to actually get to that stage, etc. or whatever is like, oh, that might be a problem. So, like, there's actually a level I want to play from Cyberpunk that I was super cheesed about the first time. I was really upset about it. Like, a lot of Cyberpunk's levels are really good, except for that one where I was like, mad. I was seething and coping at how much I didn't like it. But I'd be interested to like go through it again. Unfortunately, it's a bit more of a puzzle level, so like I can't really redo it, but I can at least like go through it and kind of share some thoughts. And then also maybe like reevaluate it too, because it's also been a while, so I don't know if I could maybe reevaluate it. We'll see. Maybe we'll try one more time. We'll see how it goes. And I'll try not to tilt off the face of the planet next time. Sound good? Okay. Decide to stick around into my ranting. I'll say thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you being here. All your support as recent. Member stream tomorrow. See you later, everybody. Goodbye. Bye-bye.